Hello and welcome. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Between November 15th, 1884 and February 26, 1885, 14 European powers met in Berlin, Germany. Their mission in those 104 days was to manage European colonization of Africa and trade with the continent. They also wanted to avoid violent conflicts among themselves in Africa. At the end of the conference, now known as the Berlin Conference, they divided Africa and drew a map of Africa, most of which remains intact to this day. During those 104 days, no African participated in the conference. It led to the escalation of the scramble for Africa. From February 13th to 15th, while Africans were celebrating Valentine's Day, global leaders met in Munich, Germany. The annual Munich Security Conference provided a forum for leaders and policymakers to discuss pressing international security issues. Here is what the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said at the conference. Watch.
Before the end of the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. But in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it was contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutions and by anti-colonial uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map in the years to come. Against that backdrop, then as now, many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, and that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was a choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States want to do again now, together with you. And this is why we do not want our allies to be weak, because that makes us weaker. We want allies who can defend themselves so that no adversary will ever be tempted to test our collective strength. This is why we do not want our allies to be shackled by guilt and shame. We want allies who are proud of their culture and of their heritage, who understand that we are heirs to the same great and noble civilization, and who together with us are willing and able to defend it. And this is why we do not want allies to rationalize the broken status quo rather than reckon with what is necessary to fix it. For we in America have no interest in being polite and orderly caretakers of the West's managed decline.
If an African participated in that conference, nobody remembers what he or she said. Today on our show, we have Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. He's joining us to help us examine, one, Africa's strategic future in a collapsing rule-based global order. Two, the implications of US troops in Nigeria. Three, the deeper signal from the 2026 Munich Security Conference, and what all of it means for Africa's sovereignty, security, and moral leadership. Please join me in welcoming to the show Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh.
Oh, thank you, Rudolph.
I don't know who tried me, but they failed. That's when we're about to bring you in. They came. Anyway, thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate you.
It's my pleasure. Thank you very much.
The world has changed so much since the last time we had you here. Um, Sorry, I think I'm hearing echo of myself. Okay, yeah, since the last time we had you here, and we are glad to have you to help us understand some of the things that have been going on around the globe. So let's start from today. Um, Somewhere in the Middle East, the American military are there, ready to uh, perform the way they perform across the world. Um, what do you make of what is going to happen to Iran?
Well, uh, thank you very much. And I say good evening to viewers from all over the world. It's 1850 here in Frankfurt, Germany, where I'm talking to you from. The world has gotten darker, to be honest with you. And it's on the cusps of what we have seen. Anybody that has studied history will have come to see that what is happening today is never new. That was what happened in ancient Rome. As Rome was in decline, Rome was fleeing its powers everywhere, stretching its legions across the world until it met stiff resistance from the Germanian tribes here at what they call the Teutoburger Forests, very close to Osnabrück in Germany, where the German ragtag motley army defeated the mighty Roman Sixth Legion. And from that point on, Rome's decline was no longer to be restrained. The United States today, which has enjoyed a unipolar status since the end of the collapse of the Soviet Union in 1989, has now come to see what happens to empires that stretch itself beyond its borders. The United States has more than 700 military bases across the world. And the American economy, the only thing that is sustaining that is because the dollar is the currency of record, so to say, that is being used across the world for transactions. Once that collapses, because the Chinese are going to make sure of that, and the Americans are seeing that clearly. So what is happening in the Persian Gulf didn't start today. This was a plan that was laid down in the study done by the Saban Institute in 2009 called The Road to Persia. The Israelis and the Americans have forever planned to topple the regime, or the government in Iran, because I hate the word regime. So for whatever their reasons are. So it didn't start today. What we are saying, it never mattered who is in power in the United States. That's their policy, that's their goal, to topple the government in Iran. We can cast our minds back and remember when John McCain was caught on an open mic chanting "Bomb Iran, Bomb Iran" during the 2008 presidential primaries. Hillary Clinton the same. So the American establishment have bought into the Israeli idea that toppling the government in Iran is the best policy for them. Remember, the Americans after 9/11, according to Wesley Clark, selected 7 countries that what they call the axis of evil, and Iran happens to be the ultimate of it. So Iran happens to be the main character they intend to dispose when every other country has been done away with. So what is happening there in the Persian Gulf? Trump has marshaled his armada and is blockading the Iranians in the Persian Gulf. Any day from now, the goal, from what I could hear from my friends and sources around Washington, the decision has been made to go to war against Iran. But I don't think that the world is no longer going to be safe for anybody, because the Iranians are not a pushover, so to say. They showed that in the 12-day war with Israel. They were hitting Tel Aviv very hard, that Netanyahu had to run to Trump to beg him for a ceasefire with the Iranians. And that was why they blanketed everything that happened in Israel. They never wanted the press to see it. Okay, showing it across the world happens to be treason in Israel, because the Iranians were hitting them and hitting them hard. And the Iranians have promised this time that if there is an attack on Iran from the Americans that they're gonna deal ruthlessly with Israel. And 2 days ago, the Iranian foreign minister has reminded the Americans that all those aircraft carriers in the Persian Gulf now could be sunk. So that tells you that Iran believes it has the firepower to effect some serious damage on the Americans. Coming to the politics of it, I believe that this is one of the most foolish political calculations that Washington has ever made, because I don't see any way out. Trump has barricaded himself in a cul-de-sac. There is no off-ramp for him anymore. And if he goes into attack Iran, he cannot, it's easy to start a war. Okay, any fool can start a war, but managing the consequences is where the problem lies. So they don't know what the Iranians have, and the Iranians are not joking when they say they're ready to protect their sovereignty. I don't see any crime that the Iranians have committed to warrant. They are being threatened in this way. And threatening Iran by the Israelis or by the Americans is against the United Nations, Article 2, the Charter of the United Nations. You don't threaten a sovereign country that did nothing to you. Till this moment, nobody can marshal any evidence that Iran has committed any transgressions or any aggression against the United States or Israel. Okay, so it's these two countries that are, being aggressive towards Iran. And you can see the oil executives are now salivating because they feel that the Iranian oil fields is theirs for the taking, because the Venezuelan oil fields is not for them. It's too expensive for them to explore. So they see Iran as an alternative, and that's what happens when predatory capitalism is in decline. And this is what I call the Samson syndrome. America has realized that it's declining as a power. The Chinese have won tomorrow. Everybody knows that. The Chinese have won tomorrow. Tomorrow belongs to them. So what the United States is doing now is just flailing its muzzles to reassert a dominance that has expired. This dominance, America, has expired. The Chinese have shown them that in the fields of technology. The Russians have shown them that in the battlefields of Ukraine. The Russians are winning hands down in the Ukraine. And Russia happens to have the strongest military force that is battle tested in the world today. Okay, so everybody knows that there happens to be no challenge. So America has come to realize that the world is going multipolar. And this is where the United States is most dangerous. Because if you read the biblical Samson, once his eyes were plucked out, that was when he sought for the pillar of the temple of the Philistines, and then he pushed it down and devastated everybody. So America has the potentiality of devastating our world in order to assert a dominance that has expired. And this is what should actually concern any right-thinking person. And the president that you guys have in the White House at the moment is not a man that could be trusted to think about humanity. He's thinking about his petty egos, and everybody surrounding him is the same. If you listen to what Marco Rubio said in Munich, it was the reaction of a schoolboy to the well-rehearsed and well-thought-out rebuke from the Canadian Prime Minister in Davos. McCain stood up and told the whole world, we are now saying that the king has no clothes, that the American dominance, that what we call Western dominance, is no more there. The rules-based order. I love the fact that you put that in parentheses, because that's what exactly is. It is exactly. There was never a rules-based order. It was a jungle out there since the creation of the United Nations. It happened prior to the United Nations. When the League of Nations was there, Emperor Haile Selassie of Ethiopia has to come before the League of Nations and ask them, tell me what I'm going to tell my people, that Italy is attacking the sovereignty of Ethiopia. And we are supposed to have a League of Nations where issues are to be dialogued out that should prevent a country from attacking another country to colonize it. And the League of Nations gave him no response. From that moment on, the League of Nations became, a paper tiger. And today, the Americans and the Israelis and the West have succeeded in defanging the United Nations. And yet they're blaming the United Nations for not serving the purpose for which it was created. Although they were the ones that has defanged the United Nations, defunded it, and used the United Nations Secretary Generals as their rubber stamp. George Bush did that, ignored United Nations resolutions, and marched into Iraq and killed over 1 million people. And there was no accountability. Okay, George Bush, Dick Cheney, Donald Rumsfeld, and even Tony Blair. These are war criminals that should be arraigned in a tribunal and sentenced, okay, to what we sentenced the Nazis to, because they committed the ultimate. Why did we establish the United Nations? To prevent these wars. Well, these guys jumped over the United Nations. Trump did. Remember, every American president since 1945 has been a war criminal. The evidence are there. If we are to go by what the United Nations laid down, all those guys, from Truman till Trump, they all have been war criminals. Mention one, I will tell you their crimes. They are there for the world to see. So this is the major problem. The United States is declining as a world power. And to reassert that dominance, to try to salvage what could not be salvaged, it is ready to destroy our world. And the people in Washington today, I am sorry, are a bunch of sociopaths. Because if you see the way they are going, why go bomb the Iranians? What have these people done to you? Why go kidnap a president in Venezuela? What has this guy done to you? Because you want their oil. And Marco Rubio, his speech in Munich was just a class act in the embezzlement of history. Remember, he was singing the praises of the European civilization in America. The West was never a civilization. This has been a sequence of savagery. He should talk to 85% of the world, whom they call, Mark Curtis wrote a book titled On People. The power centers of Euro-America considers 85% of the world population as on people, that we are there just to be used and abused for our resources. 85% of the world population are brown people. So this sequence of savagery is expiring, and Americans are trying to salvage what could never be salvaged. And to do that, they are ready to commit atrocious crimes to that effect. We saw the genocide in Gaza. And, if they can, remember what James Baldwin wrote to this sister that won the Nobel Prize in Literature, Toni Morrison. If they came for you in the morning, they're going to come for us at night. That this speech by Mark Rubio is not being read across all African capitals and interpreted by and investigated and studied by all African think tanks is a failure on our part, because these guys are coming for us. After they finish with the Arabians, they have told you they don't have any scruples anymore. It is a re-inauguration of colonialism, and they are coming for all of us. So this is where every African head of state should start thinking, how do we get together to defeat this coming scourge? Because it is coming. And they have made no secrets of it anymore. So that's what Munich was all about. They are going to recolonize as much of the world as they can, those who allow them. And anybody who puts up resistance, Rubio told you, they are not going to be detained by resolutions of the United Nations or whatever. Trump told you that the only morality he knows is his own morality. Once a leader tells you that, he's not bound by the rule of law. And that is tyranny in plain clothes.
All right, let's go back to Iran. If you remember, when they were positioning military, the United States positioning military forces in the Caribbean to attack Venezuela, there were statements from Russia, statements from China, opposing that move. But they still went in and did what they did and left. Where do you think, what kind of reaction are you expecting from the Russians or the Chinese if the United States should go into Iran?
Well, thank you. I wouldn't be expecting any direct intervention from the Chinese, because the Chinese are very studied people. They are very patient folk. China is an ancient civilization. They don't just jump into any fray. These guys have been around for 5,000 years. How old is the United States? Not up to 300 years. So the Chinese have been around. They have seen empires come and go. So they maintain studied silence. Okay. And this studied silence is pregnant with meanings. They, the Sun Tzu said it. You don't distract your enemy when he's making a mistake. The Americans have seen the Chinese as their strategic enemy. And America is wasting resources fighting unnecessary wars. So why should the Chinese detain them or distract them from destroying themselves? So the Chinese are studied on that. They are not going to intervene. But what I think they're going to do is what they're doing already. Handing the Iranians resources to defend themselves. And so likewise, the Russians trained on their Su jet fighters with the Iranians for a few months ago. The Chinese have been sending military planes, cargo planes to Tehran. Okay, so these are the things they're going to do. But they will wait until this empire that is expiring exhausts itself. Okay, and then that's what it was. Now, listen, it happened. It wasn't even 70 years ago. Great Britain believed that the sun would never set on its empire. And what happened? They were fighting wars that were not necessary. They staged a war against, they fought the war against Hitler. They fought the war. They were fighting from the hills of Afghanistan. They after dealing with the Indians. So it has been a sequence of wars since Britain became an empire. Okay, colonizing half of the world. And in 45, Hitler gave them a good run for their money. And after that, they were borrowing Lend-Lease Act from the United States. And after that war, Britain was so weakened economically and structurally and otherwise that it could no longer sustain her colonies anywhere. So the people used that opportunity and then to free themselves. Although those people, go ahead.
I wanted to say that behind, when you listen to Europeans and you live in Europe, you're in Germany, they talk about what they see as the clash of civilizations. They think that part of when you listen to Marco Rubio, he talked about Western civilization going down and that they don't believe that it's going to pack up, that they have to sustain it. And it appeals to nationalists in Europe, Germany, in United Kingdom, France, who are coming up, who are seeing this as a fight between the West and the East, or maybe the one target they always choose is the Islamic civilization that is coming into their territory. How do you see that in the context that is it going to appeal to a lot of Europeans to join the Americans in extending that civilization?
Well, a lot of Europeans don't trust Donald Trump. A lot of Europeans don't trust him. A lot of Europeans are frustrated with his politics. A lot of Europeans, the war in Ukraine, the Americans let the Europeans out and under Biden and seems to be abandoning them. So the war hawks in Europe, the transatlantic bridge, in Europe, would love the war to continue because I believe Ukraine is one of the greatest money laundering operations in the history of the world. So they'll love it, stealing from the taxpayers to prop up militaries that they're not going to need. They will tell you that Russia is trying to conquer Europe. Russia has no such ambitions. There is no evidence anyway that Russia has ambitions of attacking any NATO country. Russia made clear their position the whole time. We don't want Ukraine in NATO. That's it. They talked to Biden. Biden doubled down and said, "It's hell no, it's not going to happen." That was why Russians went to war. So, and Russians were provoked, actually. They have used, a lot of documents have come out to show that. So, but these transatlantic war hawks in Europe, plus the American counterparts, would like to milk this conflict as much as possible until they cannot make money anymore. Russia is not in the business. Russia is focused on winning in Ukraine. And that is their red line. They didn't start today. William Burns, who was CIA director, as American ambassador to Russia, sent that cable which WikiLeaks leaked, where he said, for the Russians, niet is niet, no is no, meaning Ukraine is their red line. There is no way, no Russian leader that will allow Ukraine in NATO. They made it so very clear across so many meetings with the Americans. But under Obama, the coup in Maidan happened. The Russians caught the Americans engineering the coup. The Russians said, wow, okay, we are going to help the breakaway republics in Lugansk Oblast go away. And the Russians massively supported it. People forget that the Ukrainians were killing their own people in the east of the country for 8 years before Russia decided to intervene. So what I have come to realize, the majority of the stories being told in our media across the West are lies. I'm sorry. They are blatant lies. They are not telling the people the truth because it takes a lot of reading and a lot of researching to come to this from our own Western sources. We wrote out what the truths were, but we come in the media and deny them. So this is where the confusion lies. And, in wars, the very first casualty is the truth.
Can you talk a little bit about the right wing in Europe, or the nationalists? Like in Britain, in France, there's projection now that if there's an election in France, that they win the presidency in France. I'm not sure, but what is their goal? Are they really buying into this idea that if they are not careful, because if you look at the strategic security strategy of the United States, it's wanting Europe to be conscious of immigration, that they are bringing in a lot of people who are not like them, and that will be a problem. That fits into what they are doing, fighting to stop Iran from becoming a major power in the Middle East. What do you say to that?
Oh, well, I understand the sentiments, but I don't think immigration is the problem of Europe. Because if immigration is a problem, they could have solved the problem from the roots. They should stop supplying bombs and helping the United States bomb those countries. If those countries are stable, you have to understand it. Nobody leaves his home willingly. People are pressured to leave, either by war or by threats to their existence. That's why people leave. People don't leave willingly their countries. They want a better life for themselves. They want safety and security. So if Europe cares very much about immigrants coming from everywhere, most of those countries were destabilized by this convocation of wars that Europe and America have been fighting across those countries. So that's the major thing. But you are right. I concede that to you. If an election happens today in Germany, the AfD, what is called the alternative for Germany, alternative for Deutschland, they will actually gain significant seats because the mainline parties, the major parties, have messed up every political goal, every political goodwill that that people gave them. And you have to know, was it Oscar Wilde or one of my favorite English authors said that nationalism is the refuge of the scoundrel.
Oscar Wilde.
Okay. So when people, take refuge in nationalism and then against immigrants, is immigrants another problem? What percentage of this population are immigrants actually? And they say that immigrants are coming to take their job. Which jobs are we talking about? These are the jobs that most of the locals refuse to do. And they are not quarreling about immigration. They are quarreling about the immigration that they can manage. Okay, it's a new kind of. I want to tell you the metaphysics of it. It's the same metaphysics of slavery. They want able-bodied. In slavery, it was able-bodied men, able-bodied young people that were taken from Africa and from everywhere and enslaved because they could deliver their labor and build up those societies. Today, it is the intellectual capital of the immigrants that they want to manage the immigrations, which I can understand is their utmost right and possibility. But they should stop telling us that immigrants are their problem. They want educated immigrants that could contribute to their population. They want immigrants that could take care of their aged population, but they don't want immigrants that will not contribute to their societies. It's a fair game, actually. So immigration is not the problem. It's the kind of immigration they want. They don't want people coming to show them the scars inflicted on them by Western bombs. That's what they don't want. On the American side, it's a different issue. What the Americans are afraid of is what white America is afraid of. It's white America. Because they have come to see in 2050, the whites are going to be a minority in the United States. The largest language that will ever be spoken in America in 2050, if this trend continues, is Spanish. So many American think tanks have written position papers on this. So, and when this right-wing think tank like Heritage Foundation and the rest of them articulated policies for the Trump administration, if you read it, you will think it was the Nazis that were writing this. Okay, so they want their women. They try to abolish Roe versus Wade so that they could encourage white women to give birth to more kids because they are afraid that they are being, the demographics doesn't favor them anymore. So they want white women to be having more kids, no matter what, even if you're raped, no abortion. And they want to remove majority of the people coming from Latin America from their societies so that they could keep the parity. They don't want to remove every black because they like the fact that the blacks, they keep them at 12% of the population. Why? So that they will give the lower ordinary white people something to hate. Because if you remove this hate from them, like James Baldwin said, what else do they have? Most of these conservatives, the hate is what fuels their lives. So it's not big. So they will keep this little population of black people, so they will have somebody to dish out on. But the policy is very clear. They want to reverse a demographics that is quite irreversible, because white women are not having more kids, and they want people to import people, immigrants from Scandinavia, but not from Africa, or white Africans from South Africa, but not the blacks. So they know what they are doing. It's not, so they should, this pretense. The point is that one significant thing about what Rubio did in Munich is to remove the veil from the eyes of those who still think that imperialism is benign. Okay? Empires are never benign.
Now, you mentioned Rubio again, and I was thinking, did anybody respond to him? Did any African participate in that conference? And what did they say?
Well, there was no African that was given a major platform to say anything. Yeah, listen, for this, these guys have divided, they have apportioned the world to their various estates. Africa is not a part of the consideration except as a raw materials production center. Okay? They didn't, the point is, if you read The White Malice, that was a book written by William Susans. I'll show you a copy in a few minutes. It's here behind me. For your viewers, White Malice. So, the CIA and the recolonization of Africa. This book, the thesis is very simple. The thesis is that after the Second World War, in the 60s and 50s, the Africans were gunning for independence. But the Americans have come to see that the British have declined as a power. And to let Africa go will be a strategic mistake for the Western powers, because almost every major natural resource that Europe and America needs for their sustenance and development resides in Africa. So for them to give up this golden goose that lays the golden eggs will be a strategic mistake. And what did they do? All those countries where the British were living, the CIA went in to recolonize them through the back door by making sure that they select their Man Fridays as president and the parliament. That was why Nkrumah was overthrown in Ghana. That was why Mulumba was assassinated by the CIA and the Belgians in Congo. And that was why they allowed the French to murder their way across the continent in the name of France Afrique. Okay? Inaugurated and perpetrated by Jacques Foucault. So, and till today, Africa's never gained true independence. Even till this moment. Have you ever thought about the fact that every Nigerian president has to go to Chatham House before election to produce and to give them his manifesto, what he's going to do for them? These guys, that shows you that they're not coming to rule Nigeria. They are coming to govern Nigeria on behalf of their masters. So Atiku refused and Tinubu refused to debate in Nigeria. But he debated in Chatham House and was giving questions to El Rufai on security to answer for him and every other person. So it has, don't think that these guys don't know what it is. If you don't come to Chatham House, you never smell the Nigerian presidents. Because we are not independent. Across every African government house is the same. Our policies are made in Paris, in Berlin, in Brussels, everywhere. Policies that guide you and I. Nigeria recently signed a tax bill into law. Those tax bills were written in France. Tinubu has not even read a word of that tax bill. He doesn't even know what he's signing. These were French lobbyists, We are borrowing more money, so they are. And the IMF, the Washington, the Paris Club, they have used these international institutions to recolonize Africa in a way that would be very difficult for us to disentangle ourselves. Every African central bank has somebody from IMF seconded to it, dictating our policy. Obasanjo said it. He told Chukwuma Soludo, don't anger these people, the secondments from World Bank, that I will take care of them. How are you going to take care of them? So Nigeria is not governed by Nigerians. A friend of mine who is teaching in France asked me to write a paper. The title is Who Owns Africa? And in the light of what is happening, what am I going to answer him? You're asking me to tell you who owns Africa. Africans are not owned by Africans. Africans are owned by corporations in the West. Because every major resource, WikiLeaks told us in one of their exposés that the shadow government of Nigeria is Shell BP. And you have to know who are the major shareholders of Shell BP. The royal houses of Netherlands, the royal houses of the British Royal House. So these are the people who have been making policies in Nigeria. These are the people that would tell somebody like Abacha, if you don't eliminate Sarawiwa and the rest of them, they will never, who will just, So these are issues that when Africans know who actually is dictating the policies that is being implemented by their leaders, then you will have cause to ponder. In 1986, Ibrahim Babangida constituted a panel to debate the IMF loan. It was headed by Cookie, is the name of the man. At the end of the day, what happened? Nigerians voted unanimously that we don't want IMF loan. 2 days later, Babangida went up and took IMF loan because IMF told him, you have to take this loan. And that was what led to the SAP riots. Okay, so tell me any policy that Nigerians have disagreed with that was not implemented. So far, it favors the Paris Club or the Washington Consensus. So the poor of the world must suffer what they must. Okay, that is the way this global structure has been, structured since after independence. But the thing is, can Africans, and you see, any African that arises to take a stand against this is either eliminated or labeled as a persona non grata by the West. We saw that in Thomas Sankara. The French intelligence re-engineered his friend Blaise Compaoré to murder him because he wants Africa for Africans. We see what is happening in the Sahelian states today. Okay. And Nigeria, this will lead us into the United States military coming to, asking for a base in Nigeria. They were kicked out of Niger. And Nigeria, remember, when Yar'Adua was president, I was among the guys that fought that we don't want the AFRICOM in Nigeria because that will make us a target. And Yar'Adua wisely refused that. And today, what we rejected is being smuggled in through the back door. The United States troops are now they're asking for a base. Base for what? Is Nigeria an American colony? It seems, because their man Friday, a man they have a compromise on, is our president. So these are the issues. Once Nigerians understand the dynamics, and we are very busy praying, going to church to pray, whereas those who are feasting on our resources are in the Western capitals and dividing Africa amongst themselves. But we are still praying, thinking that prayers will fix it for us. We should start asking ourselves, how did the Chinese do it? And we should start learning what the Chinese did. But unfortunately, those ruling Nigeria, governing across many African government houses are not, they're not intelligent enough. They are just there for their stomach infrastructure. Anyway, it didn't start today. Achebe criticized it in Zik and Awolowo in the trouble with Nigeria. The Awolowo said he wants to use all his might, and Zik too, to make as much money for his family as he can. And you are supposed to be a leader. And this is what many of these leaders are doing today. They just want because they see the enormity of a problem and they believe we can solve this. So let me just take my cut and then go. But that's not visionary. The Chinese plan in centuries, and we are still asking for our daily bread. It's awful.
This book is called Africa Betrayed by
George Aite.
Yeah.
Aite was my friend. He's dead now. We used to have debates on Google, Africa, organized by Tony Falola. We used to have tremendous debates. Aite is one of the great economists coming from the African continent, the Ghanaian. Unfortunately, we lost him. So I knew when the book came out. I have taken, read portions of it, not all of it. Africa was betrayed here.
Who betrayed Africa?
Africa was never independent. Those who Africa, this is where I disagree with Aite's thesis a little bit. Africa was stolen. Africa was stolen from Africa. The name Africa is not African. It was the Romans that gave us that name. I look at I started one of my articles into a journal by saying that the map of Africa looks like a question mark. This question mark, Africa has been asking the world her entire existence. What have I done to you to merit what has been inflicted on me? Africa is supposed to be the mother continent of all humanity, but Africa happens to be the poorest. not poorest in resources, not poorest in manpower, not poorest in human resources or any other resource, but Africa has been managed, divided and managed to people. Come to think of it, Africa is the only continent where the borders are on a straight line because somebody or some group of people sat down in Berlin in 1885, like you rightly narrated, and divided Africa with a ruler and a pencil. They apportioned sizable chunks to themselves and to their imperial houses. The French took a larger portion, the British this way, the French this way, the Germans this way. Although the Germans were kicked out when they started the aggressive wars in Europe in the 1940s and 1930s. Okay, so Africa was divided, and you could see peoples were divided, and strange bedfellows were, hammered together to create what they call nations. Those were never nations. Those were artificial contraptions that were never made to self-propel. Because watch what the colonial masters left. They were instruments of exploitation. The rail lines they built were from areas where resources are to the coast, where they would take the resources and transport it off to the coast. The agricultural practices they forced our forefathers to engage in was not to produce food for us, but to produce cash crops for them, to power their industries, palm oil, cocoa, and all the rest of them. So all across the continent, that was the case. So at independence, those who went for independence never actually understood the games that were being played behind them. So they maintained the structures in place. A typical example is what happened in South Africa under Mandela. The South Africans wanted independence. They wanted apartheid to collapse. But the people, the puppet masters that were manipulating apartheid said, okay, we'll give you the figurehead. You could have political independence, but economic independence, we'll leave it the way it is. So you don't upset the apple cart. And it's remained that way today. Those who have been stealing South African resources from the day of apartheid are still the same families running the whole thing. The ordinary South African was never empowered. The land reform was never implemented. It was the same in Zimbabwe. So Africa was stolen actually. Until today, we have not recovered from that theft. So a new generation of Africans have been thoroughly miseducated to appreciate the level of the problem. Chinwizu lamented this in his book, The West and the Rest of Us. We were thoroughly miseducated with religion. Christian and Islamic religions were colonial masters. And African rehabilitation must start with jettisoning these two philosophies. They devastated our mental landscape. Africans will think we are praying to a God that we never knew, a God that our ancestors met on slave ship, on the holds of slave ships, a God that our ancestors met trekking across the Sahara as slaves to march into Arabian slavery. But these are the gods that we are. So actually, the Chinese that don't mess with these religions created the only miracle that I have known in the history of humanity, pulling close to 1 billion people out of poverty within a space of 30 years. That's a miracle. Everything that people are telling you is just bullshit. Okay? So we really need a reorientation. The Africans, the battle, Bob Marley said it, we have to emancipate ourselves from mental slavery. Our slavery in Africa is still mental. Our people are not even thinking. We have not, okay, where's the reading culture? We don't have libraries anymore. They've all collapsed. How could people know when they don't read? Africa was stolen. I disagree with Haiti, although he was my friend, but Africa was not only, Africa was stolen from on the Africans. And that theft persists till today.
Okay, so you mentioned, the group of intellectuals, public intellectuals in Africa, they have always been around. They've been in the West for many years. They know some of these things. They've written books. Why is it difficult for them to convince the regular Africans that this is exactly what is wrong with Africa?
Okay. This word that the Romans invented, divide et impera, that's divide and conquer, is what the problem is. And because you provide the peasants with bread and circuses, and they will leave the polity for you. That's what is happening across Africa. Okay, the bread, and the Africans were very busy fighting for daily bread, to take cognizance of the fact that actually The basis for their bread is being stolen from them. Today, the Secusistat is a English Premier League. Okay, young Africans to watch more football than ask them, have you read any book this month or this week? None, but they will tell you how Arsenal is going to lose the league, to Manchester City if the Arteta doesn't do anything to, So this, we have abandoned reflection, study, to embrace the cosmetics. That's where the problem is. It has always been that way. Okay, we got the wrong idea of governance from our colonial masters. If you read Kenneth Onwuka-Dike and Felicia Ikejuba's book on the oil rivers, they made a very fundamental point that has never left my mind since 2003. I read that book. They said that the colonial masters, on departing, handed over power to their house boys. And that was true. These house boys, what did they learn? They served in the GRAs. They learned how these colonial masters were ordering Africans around. We are riding in motorcades around, and then we are having 20 cooks and 50 stewards and stewardesses, and we're doing whatever. They lived alone, apart from the people. Okay, and don't forget, these were nobodies in their home countries in Britain or Scotland, but they came to Africa and became big men. So that's what these houseboys learned from from their masters, and when they assumed power, that's the exact replica of what they have been effecting across our government. Watch it when Tinubu is traveling. How many cars that follow him? Watch when Chancellor of Germany is traveling. Only 2-3 cars are following him, and 2 of them are just police vehicles. Other ministers are busy in their offices working. But people will fly from their states to come to Abuja to wave to the president that's going to France to take treatment for his headache. Governors. And you ask yourself, are these people busy, or what are they doing? So when do they have the time to sit down and articulate policies that will better the lives of their people? Don't let me talk about ministers, because those guys don't exist at all. The Nigerian presidency is an imperial presidency, and it's the same across all of it. It was designed that way. Okay, it was designed that way. It was not by accident. So those pulling the apron strings designed it that way, and these guys. That's why I call African leaders as imperial auxiliaries. They are just there to help the empire, to keep on the domination of the rest of us. Chinwe is the only Nigerian intellectual that actually articulated what the problem is. The West and the rest of us should be a regular read, a vademecum for every African who is interested in getting the continent out of the vice grips of exploitation that we have faced all our lives. It's awful, but that's the game that's been played on the global level.
So before we go to Nigeria and talk about what's going on there and get your views, and also bring in our people who are already in the studio, I want to explore this. I was just thinking about this. Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, I think, they conceived this socialism, communism, and Vladimir Lenin, I think that's him, implemented that. So, is it not? I mean, it may not be the exact the whole story, yeah, but he led the revolution in Russia, at least in Russia. So, why is it difficult for our public intellectuals? I was just thinking about your background and everything, and I remember Pius Adesomi, which I still remember him all the time. He has something like that, and there are many, people I know, friends, people who are smart. And they have all the books, they've read them, they understand the world, but there's a gap in transferring that knowledge or picking it up from there to getting it to where it can be implemented, practical ways that Africa can benefit from that. Why is that divide? Why is it that we haven't been able to do that?
Okay, well, at this juncture, I will just pause for a second and then pay homage to my bosom friend, Pius Adesomi. On the 10th of March, we'll mark another year that he died in a plane crash in Ethiopia. Nigeria and Africa lost one of the rarest gems that I have ever known. My brother, wherever you are, keep on sleeping well, Yes, why has it been difficult to actually get this knowledge across to our people? Like I said, our people being bogged down by the material. Okay, if you study Abraham Maslow's hierarchy of needs, ask yourself, where is the average Nigerian, the average African on this hierarchy of needs? No. Okay, we are still fighting for the basics, basic Maslowian needs. And you have to know, if you study the history of philosophy, people begin to philosophize when they have leisure, when every other social problem, the basics have been solved. They have shelter, they have food, and then they could sit down and philosophize. African ancestors, when they came back from the farms in the evenings, they light fire and they lay down on the huge Iroko trees in the village squares and talk to each other and think and speculate. We lost that. Okay, so we lost that to the fact that we were introduced into the global economy, where we started this rat race of leaving our homes in the morning, coming back just to make money, to pay for daily, ordinary necessities that we need for our lives. And, this concept, cost of living, is Western. And it is Western, it's feudalistic, it's neo-feudalistic, and we call it capitalism. Life should never have any cost, because life itself, that's why the Igbos call a human person mando. The life itself is beautiful. Life should never have a cost. But capitalism introduced the fact that life should have a cost. You have to earn your living. That's it. People don't understand the implication of that. That means you have to earn the fact that you are alive. Okay? Nobody gave you this life. Well, we can say your meeting of your parents gave you this, but the state, the society wants you to earn your life here. That's what it means to earn a living. In the traditional African society, prior to the coming of the white man, we went to our farms. What is important to us was that we are at peace with our ancestors, Annie, that we are able to, solve our mundane problems. But that nobody is forced to earn a living. People work to feed themselves and then help the community. But today we are forced to earn our living. So why? So our people were introduced into this global economy where we have to produce and export to buy things that we don't need, to impress people who don't give a fuck. Sorry for that word. But that's what it has become. So our people, this rat race, people don't have any opportunity of sitting down to reflect. And our schools, our education in Nigeria we have been running and operating a colonial curriculum all this while. We have never changed that. And what is a colonial curriculum? It's a curriculum that was designed to produce clerks for the establishment, to run the state. They should never be intelligent enough to philosophize about your problems. They should just function, producing robots for the state and the society. So, and if you come to robots and tell them, hey, your problem is for you, your problem is being caused by this guy's training you to run in this crazy circle run around, they will never believe you. They will rather say our problem came from one witch or wizard, and only the heavenly kingdom could send powers to help us solve our basic economic and Maslowian problems. That's why you see many Nigerians go to church to pray for their needs, which a functional, stable government that manages the resources of the people well could provide for them. I will give you a very worrying instance that was so scandalous that I even wrote an article about it while I was in my first year at the university. It's about Hufet Boigny. Boigny was Ivorian president for long donkey years, from independence till he died, I believe. And this guy, you know what? Côte d'Ivoire was earning a lot of money from cacao, the money that France let in, because their economic policy was moderated by France. And you know what he used the money to do? He embezzled what he can embezzle and built the largest church in the world in Yamoussoukro, so that people will just abandon their problems and go and pray. You use state resources to build a church. And you could see instances of that across the continent. Gowon in 1975. It's still there. Gowon in 1975 told the world during the oil boom that Nigeria's problem is not how to make money, but how to spend it. And that inaugurated what they came to term squandermania. Nigeria started importing every flotsam and jetsam of nonsense from everywhere. Our industrial policy was abandoned. Okay, we didn't build any industry. Nigeria, we were importing even toothpicks from everywhere. Okay, and every cement. There were times that we had a traffic jam of ships that were stayed so long in the ocean that the cements congealed, trying to offload cement at the Papa Wharf in Nigeria. Undergo on. So examples abound across the continent. Don't just let me open the book for you. It's really awful. And these are, so when you ask yourself why is there a disjunct between this knowledge that African intellectuals have and it percolating to the people? They see their leaders. Leadership is not only, every leader has what is called a function to be exemplary. They see their leaders. What do their leaders show them about? What do they talk to them about? They come and they just show them big cars. Watch Nigerian, those that call themselves Nigerian millionaires today. To be a millionaire in Nigeria is to build commit concrete ecocide in the countryside, build a house, cut down all the trees, don't even care about the environment, and then buy one big Rolls Royce from England. Nigeria doesn't produce any of this. You're not even patronizing local. We are just showing off. Our ostentatious flamboyance is, can never be matched by any other people in the world. They call themselves millionaires. Dangote was he said something wise. He said that if I have 500 million naira to buy a Rolls Royce, I will use it to build industries. And that's what he's doing. And that's the kind of, so watch the average young Nigerian. What does he want to be? He wants to be a millionaire. He doesn't want to work or think. Nobody's talking about thinkers. He wants to be a millionaire. So, and that's what led to this phenomenon of Ogwego. People think that if I go and kill somebody and I will make money, the spirits will come and be shitting money in my pockets. And people were doing that till Soludo rose up in Anambra State and told them, hey, you guys should stop. Why is that the case? Because if anybody that thinks will come to realize that it's governments that create money. Okay. It's not a spirit that creates money. It's being printed by the national mint. So, and if you're very close to the government, that's what these young billionaires are realizing. And that's why they have created their City Boys movement. If you're close to the government, you could open your mouth and they will be defecating dollars into your mouth. And they don't want to lose out. So they are very close there. So the ambition of an average young Nigerian is to make as much money as he can for himself and his family. Nobody's thinking about the common good. Nobody's thinking about the society. Nobody's thinking about where would Nigeria be in the next 20, 30 years. That's where the Chinese are different. They created leaders that said, where do we want to see China in the next decade? They sent people out on scholarships across Europe and America, and those guys came home with know-how in the hard sciences. And today, China is not only the engine of the world economy, China is the factory of the world. And Nigerians are going to China to buy what Chinese are producing. Although we have a comparable population, comparable demographics, Nigerians are not stupid people. But what we lack, and when Achebe said the trouble with Nigeria is leadership, I believe him partially. Okay, believe him partially because a leadership is the vision that articulates what a country or the path a country should tread. We don't have that across much of the African continent because those that are our leaders were imposed from outside. 2023 elections, Tinubu never won that election. He was imposed on Nigerians. Why was the Chief Justice of the Federation in London discussing Nigerian elections with Tinubu, a participant, a contestant in that election, before he came back and they offered a judgment that was stole the mandate in broad daylight? So, and Nigerians are still pining to vote for the same man although this guy told you, if I don't give you electricity in 4 years, stone me, throw me out, don't vote for me. And his report card, I will give him F9 on all fronts. And then, but he is pining. He wants to go again. 8 years. And then you will see some people supporting him because he comes from my tribe. And people are asking, why doesn't we translate all our knowledge to functionality in Nigeria? How can you do that?
So are you saying that the Russian peasants were better than us? That Lenin was able to convince them?
No, they had the leadership. No. You know, what it takes to create a revolution is 1/3 of a population. Lenin never convinced anybody. Lenin applied violence. He murdered the family of the Tsar Tsar Nicholas. He wiped out that family, and people saw, if you don't follow what we are asking you to do, the same fate awaits you. So a revolution is a violent upheaval. So there was no convincing, there was no sitting down and dialoguing with the peasants to do what. So it was a violent upheaval.
Okay, so let's look at the American version. Thomas Paine wrote The Common Sense, and was able to get some elites to see that they can change the relationship between the people there and the colonial power, the United Kingdom running their country. And they came together and were able to move for independence and were able to establish the United States that we have today. Why is it difficult with?
Okay. Well, let me give you another version of that history. You have to read Howard Zinn, A People's History of the United States. Because the way it's being painted in flowery narratives is not the way it happened. Those guys that came from Europe to settle in an America where they wiped out the Native Americans and stole the continent, were landowners. They were fighting for their selfish ends. They were never caring about the society or whatever. They wanted to kick the British government out. So they saw the British government as a leech that is from without. Okay, they want to kick it out and then strengthen their hold on the land. It was never a revolution. It was a group of landowners, okay, trying to do what landlords do everywhere. Make sure that their interests are represented. Even till today, America is still owned and governed by these landowners in the name of companies and corporations. So that's what it was. They were fighting an enemy they perceived came from without, the British government. They don't want to pay taxes to these guys anymore. They want to keep as much of the money in their pockets as possible. Okay, so that was the whole thing about this so-called American Revolution. Forget the flowery prose and narratives. It never happened that way. So the issue about in Nigeria is that a country as large as Nigeria is not a nation. Nigeria is a collection of nations. Okay, and in a collection of nations, we never had a common language. Okay, the British gave us English. Prior to English, only neighbors that intermarried could understand each other, or people who have traveled and lived with the other people could understand each other. So we never had a common language. That was one of the major disadvantages that we had. It was biogeographic. And again, so even till today, you could see that in any national issue in Nigeria, people go into their tribal camps immediately. If you say anything about Nigeria, people go, I am from the north, I'm from the core north, I am Yoruba, I am Igbo. That's the first consideration. How could you build a nation on such considerations? Okay, so building a nation on such considerations can only happen based on elite consensus. If the elites across these divides could come together and realize that we are pining for peanuts, that the major enemy is from without. Let's secure our country and then sit down, first of all, move it forward. Nigerians have only one common enemy: poverty and bad leadership. And this bad leadership is imposed from without. I'm not saying that Nigerians don't have agency, but this country was stolen from all of us and then handed over to the houseboys of these masters that have stolen it. And then they are doing with it whatever they want. So it's very difficult to, let me tell you, it's very difficult to convince the people that they have been deceived. That's the most difficult thing to do, because, you're asking them for the impossible. You're asking them to rise up and think for themselves. The average man doesn't want to think. You have to know the frontal cortex came late in human evolution. We are animals. We are reptiles, animals that flee or fight. So thinking is very difficult because it came late in our evolutionary process. So asking people to sit down and think and see what is happening in their society is a very hard task. And that's why radicals and teachers are always, Jesus was killed. He came to tell the people that they talk about lofty ideas in heaven. People say, look at this idiot, he's blaspheming. Arrested him and crucified him, gave him to the Romans to crucify. So tell me, anybody who came to change his society that was not sacrificed or killed by the empire that is manipulating those people? Not one. The Congolese watched as Lumumba was lynched by American lieutenants using Mobutu Sese Seko. The Ghanaians watched as the white man used Ghanaian military to kick their father and Nkrumah out of town. The Burkinabes watched as Sankara was killed and Blaise Compaoré became president for a long while. Okay, if people could think, they will rise up and then lynch those guys that murdered their heroes. But
All
so
right.
Nigerians are still watching when these guys are still embezzling our patrimony on their tables of idiocy, and then nothing is happening. You can scream from here to kingdom come. You give somebody 50,000 naira tomorrow, he will vote for Tinubu again, even though Tinubu has not shown any reason, any cause why we should vote for him a second time.
Before we take a break and then come back and talk about Nigeria, I remember that as you were talking, Pius used to say that his job as a public intellectual is to think
for Nigeria.
For Nigeria. And I know in one conversation with Okendibe, he said that somebody was trying to bribe him. I think he was one time governor of in Anambra State. What's his name again? The guy that was there for 17 days. But anyway, that through somebody, through somebody, he was trying to give him money. And he said to himself, why will I collect money from this guy? He's not as smart as I am. If we decide to go and join them, I can steal more money than he could steal. Why would I collect money from him? So I'm saying, as a public intellectual, let me do the final push, Is it that the public intellectuals don't have any interest to push the way the so-called founding fathers in America had to lead them to go and stake everything to change and to, even if for their own personal interest? Why is it that, or is it that the public intellectuals in Africa, that they are afraid, or that they are afraid because they will be killed? Is that what is going on? Why is it that they cannot because this is the core now, because at this point it looks like we're helpless. I teach students post-colonial African history. At a point they will ask me, you people are complaining all the time, why can't you do something? Why is it that it's peculiar to Africa that public intellectuals cannot transform the society? They are asking questions: who betrayed Africa? How Europe underdeveloped Africa? Why can't they do something?
Important point. Well, they should read more of history, because if they have read history, they will come to the guy who wrote How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, Walter Rodney. What happened to Walter Rodney? Walter Rodney abandoned the high towers and came down to teach people how to become managers of their lives, how to, Shakespeare said it, every bondsman in his hands lies the keys to cancel his captivity. He came down to teach the people. His act of teaching the people was considered a radical act that warranted a death sentence on him. He was murdered with a car bomb in Guyana. Who has ever stood up to an imperial construct and lived to tell the tale? It's not even about fear for life. Look at Maurice Bishop in Grenada. What did he do? He just wanted a little revolution to make sure that the peasants could farm their land and feed themselves. That became a thorn in the eyes of the big brother United States that sent the Marines to kick Bishop out. What about Jean-Bertrand Aristide in Haiti? Clinton had to send a jet and ask him, enter this jet and then we are taking you out of this country. What did he do? What happened to Arbenz in Guatemala? So the structures of empire that actually ran to the meeting point first and recolonized Africa are not laughing. These guys are not joking. They are very deadly, because they know that once there is a crack on the wall, there may be what is called domino effect, the excuse they used during the Cold War to fight in Vietnam and Cambodia and Laos and all of them. Okay, so the issue is not that public intellectuals are afraid to die. Life is a great thing, but we all will die someday. Many of us are already even ready to stick our lives. But the point is, if you have read Machiavelli said the change agent is the most misunderstood person ever. They will wait for you to die. They will build a monument to your memory. Every change agent, that's what happens. People don't listen to you while you're alive. You're a noisemaker. They don't listen. They don't care. But the day you die, the day the establishment murders you, they will create a monument to you. It's not for want of what to say. We have been screaming. Pius and I, we spent long nights discussing how we have a lot of policies. We have, a lot of ideas on how to. We have spoken. We have theorized. We have gone on lectures. What have we not done? Even you yourself, what have we not done? We have written. You write today, nobody reads it. You write and they will tell you are speaking grammar.
That's why I'm doing cartoons. That's why I'm doing cartoons now.
Yeah. So what have we not done? How many articles? I just grew weary of commenting on Nigeria. How many articles have I written? I have collected them in a book which I want to publish. But a lot of the things in there are so radical that many publishers will not even touch it. So I'm just considering going to Amazon, giving it to them, publish, and then sell. So that people, what have we not done? We have given that, like Pius said, what I owe my country, what I owe this world is thinking. Nothing more, nothing. I can't do otherwise. We have explained. Okay, people say why don't we go down and risk it all? We pined for Peter Obi to become president of Nigeria because Peter Obi had the best of ideas on how to move Nigeria forward. He has shown through the content of his character that he's capable of doing that. We campaigned for him. We wrote people. We told people, look at this man. Give him a chance. He is young. He has seen the world. He has the competence. He has the integrity. Gani Fawemi, one of the Nigerian leading social activists, launched a political party. How many people voted for him? Now that Gani is dead, we are calling him a hero. Okay? So that's Chinua Achebe even went into politics with Aminu Kano in the PRP in those days. How many people voted for them? They took money and bags of rice distributed by Omar Diko and voted MPN into power. And Omar Diko sat down and embezzled Nigeria. Embezzled Nigeria to the extent that when Buhari came to power, he said, we have to bring this man home. They kidnapped him in London and tried to, in a crate, and tried to bring him home, which was followed by the British authorities. So anybody expecting public intellectuals to do more than they are doing, everybody, almost every other day, what do? We study the continent, we study the world and see where do we stand in relation to the world. The world is moving. Every other part of the world has, secured tomorrow, but we are still toddlers on these racetracks of development. Why? We have analyzed why. We know where this rain started to beat us, and we have solutions to these problems. But these solutions, we cannot affect them alone. What we have are the voices. We don't have an army. We don't have a police. We have only moral suasion. Okay? Even if you tell the people that, look at it, that America coming to Nigeria is a violation of everything that we hold there, they will tell you, hey, but Christians are being killed in Nigeria. Christians are being killed in the north. Right. Muslims are being killed as well. Right. But is that the reason for you to abandon? This is where you should hold your leaders, their feet to the fire, to find a local solution to a local problem. There's somebody who doesn't even know anything about your geography sending tanks and bombs to you. You think he's coming there just for your interest? He's coming there. He has interests. Okay. So it's actually awful. So I don't know what else that public intellectuals can do that we have not been doing. We have been thinking for our people, but how many people are ready to listen to us? They never listen to Jesus. Why would they listen to us?
All right. We're going to take a quick break, and then we will come back and bring in our people. And there are many questions for you, and I'm sure people are interested in engaging that. So 3 minutes break, and we'll be back with Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh.
Do you want on that? And leave the other ones for me. All those politicians where they can't talk stories, I'm not there. I want to talk and so I'll tell this man.
Leave there, let me capture it. See, leave there, let me capture it. Right now. Speak louder, please.
FBC came here
With security,
with
right?
security, armed gunmen. They came and picked our result sheet that we are completing. Just now, they tear gas everybody. They picked our result sheet and went with it.
So you were here also, right? Civil defense and police.
Yes, and police.
Civil defense and police.
No, wow.
So I captured the video. So this is PDP. So the police and the civil defense, they came all of a sudden and destroyed the process in a policy because PDP are winning. So they tear gas everyone. See, let me see the shaman. Let me see the shaman. Let me see. Show me. Show the shaman.
My council on the carry.
Something more alarming than I thought. At the moment now, reports reaching us in the situation room indicate that Gwarimpa, Gariki, and Kauru resort are ready since 9 o'clock and they refuse to announce it just because Dr. Mo is leading. And that is why the chaos is everywhere within those particular places. At the moment as we're talking, there's going to be heavy mobilization. Tear gas has been shot at everyone. So now I'm using this opportunity to call on all Nigerians to be vigilant and come out in this respect. Yes, I know some people are saying, why am I not? I'm there myself. And this is the time also the political party leaders of the ADC must come out with volume of positions saying that no to this election rigging, because the target is to rig out Dr. Mo, who is already leading in this particular election. And this is the test that they are trying to arrange for the general election. We must battle this one now. And I'm urging everybody to come out, please, to the rescue of Dr. Mo, because he has won this election, and that is why they are afraid, and they brought out all the governors manipulating and bringing all the money that they've stolen, with all due respect. But at this point,
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much, Dr. Franklyne, for being here with us. That was clips from yesterday's election in Nigeria. There were elections in Abuja, in Rivers State, in Kano State. Most of them are local elections for people in the local government parts of the country. Now, from all indications, it was nothing different from what we saw in 2023. And we are a few months away from the big election in 2027. If we are going to repeat the same thing, why do we try? What are we doing?
Well, we have to go to the basics. Chinua Achebe said it. If you don't know where the rain started to beat you, you're never ever gonna know where it's going to stop. We across many African capitals, I have seen this across many African, not only in Nigeria, we tend to put the cart before the horse. Everything we are practicing in terms of governance, we borrowed. No traditional system of governance structure survived colonialism in Africa. Ask the Yorubas in southwest Nigeria. They had their Oba. They had a monarchical system that functioned effectively for them. The Igbos in southeast Nigeria had a republican democracy where every male adult in the village contributes to decision making. The Hausas in the north had theirs. In the middle belt, the people almost everywhere across the continent, you could see such similar structures, but none of them survived. So we took hook, line, and sinker what the West told us was democracy when they left. So they handed over power when we had elections. And remember, the independence elections, almost everywhere we're not free from the accusations that we are leveling against these elections today. Okay, so there were massive riots and rigging during the Nigerian post-independence elections in the 60s. Okay, so what we are saying today is just a repeat. So we have been doing the very same thing all over again and expecting a different result. It's not going to work. What did the Chinese do? I used to believe in democracy as the best system of government. I don't believe that anymore, because I have not seen what democracy has wrought. Even in the United States of America, America is being governed by corporations. Citizens United. The corporations hijacked American electoral process. So the corporations are now people that could fund and finance elections. So elections are being controlled by lobbyists. APAC pays politicians and writes laws. The lobbyists write laws for them to pass. So I don't believe democracy anymore, okay, as the best system of government, because I have studied it across much of the world. And it is the lobbyists that write most of the laws that the politicians go to parliament to pass. And we learned that too. So in our society in Nigeria, the people are so very disappointed. They are not enamored anymore by this concept of democracy. There's a voter apathy. One of the largest in the world I've seen is in Nigeria. People don't go to vote. They say, just let them do whatever they want. We know. Even if we vote, it's not going to count. Why am I going to risk my life to vote? You are either assaulted by the police, or your votes don't count, or the thugs will steal the ballot box and run away with it and beat you up in addition to that. Okay, so even going to vote is not even safe for an average Nigerian. So why do we keep on? We waste money. Okay, last elections, INEC took over 300 billion and told us that the elections are going to be in real time, electronically transmitted. And what happened? Tomorrow you will come to tell Nigerians do the same thing again. So that's how we define madness. Doing the same things over and over again and expecting a different result. I will propose something. What I will propose is, people ask me, what is your solution? I like the Chinese model. People say China is a communist. People have food on their table. People have money in their pockets to spend. The country is a great power today. They don't allow businessmen to come into politics. You stay there. Jack Ma, the owner of Alibaba, one of the richest men in the world, tried to do what the Americans are doing, to tell the Chinese Communist Party that I have arrived. I have to make policies, and they put him in his place. You don't hear about Jack Ma anymore. They reduced him to size. They told him, hey, you can do business, make money, pay taxes to the government, but governance, you leave it for us, because we are not here to pander to the interests of the moneyed authorities or powers. We are here to pander to the interests of the majority of our people. And that's what China is doing today. China has pulled 700 million people out of poverty within a space of 30 years. That's the only miracle I have seen in this world. Nothing else. Democracy has not achieved that. Capitalism has not pulled 700 million people out of poverty in 30 years anywhere. So if communism could do that, why am I still breaking my head about a democracy that doesn't offer safety, security, food on the table for the average Nigerian? I think we should learn something from the Chinese. We should try that. We have tried the Western system. It's not working. We have tried military government. It's not working. What did the Chinese do right? It's a lesson that we should look at. We should take a critical look at what the Chinese did right and implement some of them. In China, if you are corrupt, death sentence. In Nigeria, if you are corrupt, you are crowned a chief. You see the difference? And everybody wants to be like a local politician. In Nigeria, if you go home for Christmas, you will see ordinary people that have made a few thousand euros. They will come home, they will charter policemen to guard them. The police that should be there for the public is guarding only a few elites with weapons paid for by the taxpayer. So a Nigerian politician, look at somebody like Wike. I will mention in names. What has Wike lost in politics? What is the positive contribution that Wike has made in Nigerian politics? He said he's Mr. Project. Any fool could build a flyover. The Chinese are building a 100-story hospital in 24 hours. The Chinese are building train stations in 24. Go to China today. You will not recognize, you will think that if there is a heaven, that's China. Wike is telling us that he built. So what has he lost in politics? Mention any other Nigerian politicians. What have they achieved? What have they attained for our people? And people are afraid to call these people out. El Rufai is battling his demons. What did he achieve? In Kaduna, Kaduna became the insecurity capital of the world while El Rufai was governor of that state. I could list so many of them. So if you build roads, you think, hey, governor build road, we are screaming, we are jumping and dancing. People should stop dancing because these are your monies that they are using to build those things. It is the easiest place to be a politician is in Nigeria. You go to Abuja every month and get allocation. But if you are to ask people for taxes and explain to them what they're going to do with their taxes, that's more difficult. So the Nigerian politicians don't have that. That's why every governor gets 200 million naira every month. Security vote.
No, that's not correct. Correct. Yeah, there's one I know he gets 2 billion.
Okay.
It depends on how much money you have in your state.
Oh, I'm being conservative. Sorry.
Yeah,
well, I aired on the.
Yeah, it's the average. Average is 2 billion, 200 million. Yeah, average.
So security votes. Okay, that's money that is discretionary. He can do whatever he wants with it. He doesn't account to anybody for this. At the end of the day, they will embezzle whatever is left in the treasury. And then they will tell us stories, and then they will try to create this internal tension. These people, the Enugu North should produce the next governor. It's because of the people of Enugu South that things are not working. And then they are playing us for fools. That's what happens at the national level too. The South is playing the North, and then, but the average Nigerian has a common problem: poverty. We are being stolen blind. And you have to know, these politicians know each other. They intermarry. If there is a wedding, if the Soludo's son is wedding today, all the governors of the North will come. Even those screaming, all the governors of the South will come. And they marry amongst each other. But the ordinary people are excluded. You will be watching from behind a high walled fence, waiting for crumbs to fall off their table. But yet, at every election, Nigerians are divided along these lines. Okay, instead of holding these guys to account, we are there fighting each other over things that don't make any sense. You see it online. Once you raise any issue about how to move Nigeria forward, everybody will tell you, yeah, Tinubu is my brother, and Wike is my sister, and who comes from my part of the town. We leave the substance of the issue and start peddling personalities and peddling our tribal allegiances. You know, like I said, nationalism, ethno-nationalism is the last refuge of the scoundrel. So once I start discussing, anybody start talking about tribalism, I just look at you as one of the greatest fools of all time, because our problem is common. And until we hold these guys to account, they will never provide a visionary. People are asking me, what's my solution? You don't pay me for my solutions. You pay the politicians to offer solutions to your problems. These are the guys, you hired them with your votes. They owe you an account of their stewardship. Me, I'm just a thinker. But they are coming for my head. Why since you said this, you should give us. I have listed all my solutions. Let's try the Chinese model. A corrupt politician should go to hang. Let's try it. And you will see in 2 days there will be no politician left in Nigeria. All of them will die. Let's try the way China sent brilliant students abroad, brought them home, gave them places of employment, of responsibility, and they are moving the country forward. Singapore did it before China. China learned from everywhere. Pay the teachers a living wage. Reform your curriculum. Should I start listing solutions? I have a whole notebook full of them. But they will come for my head because I said it. But they will not go for the head of the president who asked you to vote for him, that he has the solutions. I never come to ask you to vote for me. So these are the issues now. Once Nigerians are, like I said, our problems, we are 70% of all problems because we were miseducated. Okay? And I have to tell you something, Rudolph. I was a critic of those guys that I have come to say that British American education is high-level brainwashing. If you listen to some of our academics in the American Academy, they are just janitors of empire. They are just repeating what the American, they equally see Nigeria the way the American is, and it's deliberate. That's the education system that they imbibed. Anybody that went away from that system is labeled. Why was Chinwezu blacklisted? People don't ask those questions. How many Nigerians have read Chinwezu? This guy is one of our finest intellectuals. He analyzed the roots of African problems more than anybody I've ever read. How many Nigerians know him? How many of our professors teach him in their universities? If I am in a Nigerian university, he will be required reading for everybody. First of all, do we teach logic in Nigerian universities? People just go for GS 101. They do philosophy for 2 semesters, and that is it. A lot of our people don't even know how to think. So how could you start building a society when people are afraid of thinking? That's why a professor in Nigerian university said, I am teaching you physics. I'm teaching you about the Big Bang because that's what the curriculum says. But it was Jesus that created the world, and he's still a lecturer. So we have to start teaching our people. That's why I don't blame Nigerians. I learned in Germany, in the German Academy, you can't blame somebody for something you never taught him. You can't. So we were never taught that. We were never even we were trained to look after our families, our brothers, our village. Okay, and we were never taught to transcend that and then think about the common good for every other person. The people that got that from families that were open-minded. A lot of us weren't. So, and then when you come here and see how the world moves and see that if you're not on the table, you are part of the meal. Africa has been kicked out of that table of global consideration because we are the meal being fed on by the rest of the world. China wants resources. They come to Africa. Why is Trump sending troops to Nigeria? It's not because of Christians being killed. It's because Chinese miners are in Nigeria mining the minerals required for their industries. They know that. Nigeria is a bridgehead. So if there are no strategic interests, the United States is not going to send any platoon to Nigeria for whatever reason. Trump is not a Christian. He never liked Christians. He will tell you that. A guy who is whose name is in Epstein files. And then the Epstein file, what is it all about? Pedophilia. Abusing children. Is that a Christian virtue? And then you think that guy loves Christians enough to send the American military on American taxpayers' dime to Nigeria. They know what is happening. And you could imagine that since this issue of Christian genocide started in Nigeria, Dele Alaki, who is our Minister of Solid Minerals Resources, has never uttered a word. What is happening in our solid mineral sector? Go ask the natives there. I traveled the whole of Nigeria in 2021 as the director of genocide prevention at Christian Solidarity International in Switzerland. I traveled the length and I met the locals. I talked to the politicians. I talked to everybody that needed to be talked to. I thought it was a Christian genocide. It's a genocide about land. They were trying to eliminate the people living on the land. Whether you're a Christian or Muslim doesn't matter to them. And what Nigerians have never asked is, who are those guys killing the people? They call them, today they will call them Boko Haram, tomorrow they will call them Fulani herdsmen, tomorrow they will call them Lakwara, they will call them bandits. Who are these guys? Who are they? Once you start unraveling that question, you will see that what is happening in Nigeria is much more than the narrative that is being peddled on our waves. Because, okay, the people come, they kill and go. People don't even know who these guys are. And we have a national security advisor, Ribadu, who is busy fighting a fight right now. Okay? Who are those guys? I want you guys to cast your minds back. You can go online and search for this interview. General Christopher Musa granted an interview to Al Jazeera before he was sacked the first time. He said that they met that foreign, because the Al Jazeera journalist asked him that America and every other foreign country is criticizing Nigeria. They're not doing enough to hold these guys to account. And he said, we met many of these guys, the American ambassador and we asked them, you know the guys, you know how the monies are being funneled into Nigeria. Help us to stop the flow of funds. And Christopher Musa he said, and the moderator asked him, what did they do? He said, you can ask them. Go, the interview is online, watch it. So those who are offering you the solution sometimes may be the same people. You know, there is a proverb in Igbo that says, somebody, isolummo buomadu, isolumadu jakwa akwa mo. That, you know, so that's, you know, that I'll just leave it there. My eyes got open in Nigeria. So that's why I don't peddle that. And that's why people in the know. That's why people were criticizing Matthew Hassan Kuka. Why did he say it's not a Christian genocide? Because Matthew Hassan Kuka said the truth. It's a genocide, quite right. But it's not a Christian genocide. It's another thing altogether. The people that are selling that narrative have another agenda. They want to corrupt all of us into that agenda so that they will, you know, and now the American soldiers have landed in Nigeria. Let's see if the Christian genocide will stop.
All right. Thank you so much. I will now come to our people. When I call you, find your best question and you can ask or comment. Please make it brief. We have a lot of people waiting at the other end, so we can get to everybody. Let me start with Chim. I'm not following the sequence of coming in. Let me just go that way so that it will be easy to know who spoke and who didn't. Chim, go ahead.
All right. Good day, Dr. Ogbunwezeh. Pleased to meet you again. And thank you, Rudolph, for having me. So just listening to everything you said, that was not my original question, but because of something you said along the line, and I'm sure you'll be able to figure that out. So where do you place Why Nations Fail? The book Why Nations Fail, because you've touched something that the author was talking about in regards to why some of our nations are where they are. And I'm sure you know where I'm going to based on what you just said now.
Wait, just wait.
Exactly. So I had to open it as soon as you said it. I went and I opened that section. So the extractive political and economic institutions versus the inclusive ones being responsible for how progress is not made in certain nations. Now, if you take that narrative with respect to your commendation of China. I commend China because China is a blend of a lot of things, and that's why they're progressing. I agree. But the authors of that book said clearly that our societies, Nigeria, a lot of African societies, Congo, Haiti, are not progressing because they do not imbibe an inclusive political and economic type of governance and economic systems. With respect to that, do you still think that these authors are making the right? Because when you look at China, it kind of negates that their principle. It negates it. That's one. Then the other one is Rudolph asked about why our intellectuals are not making the push for Africa and Nigeria. And you mentioned a couple of people and how they tried and they were eliminated by the imperial lords. So why is it always the black one that the imperial lord eliminates? Why is it the South Korean one wasn't eliminated? The Indian one wasn't eliminated? The Chinese one, the Singaporean one? Why is it always, even the North Korean one is struggling and forging one way or the other? Why is it always the black one that is always eliminated?
Okay. I have answers for you. Thank you very much. Brilliant questions. It was in 2021, I held a Facebook debate on Why Nations Fail. And for me, that book is just, whitewashing colonialism. All the nations he mentioned, Achimoglu, he has Turkish origins. All the nations, like that's why I said that most of Western academy, they are janitors of imperialism. They are gatekeepers of imperialism, because that's their power. Okay, all the nations he mentioned, they never talked about the implications of colonialism on these countries. And these implications never disappeared. They are still there today. These countries lack first of all, inclusive governance. Who created these countries? How did these countries come into being? These countries were made up of strange bedfellows, societies that would not have anything to do with each other, societies that have been their own nations, having homogeneity across board. But most of these African countries never had homogeneity. Nigeria you can get more than 350 different languages in Nigeria. So how do you affect inclusion without a common language? How many Nigerians understand English? We make do with our version of Pidgin. In the rural areas, some people speak that language. So if you're talking about in Germany here, for you to be integrated, you have to learn German language. So how do we encourage the learning of language across borders? So colonialism did a number of us. Almost all these nations that failed in the global south are in Africa. And most of these nations are resource-rich countries. And their failures were not an accident. They were engineered to fail. They were never designed to self-propel after independence. That was cut off from them. The man that could have moved Congo forward was Patrice Lumumba. What happened to him? They never wanted even Lumumba to land and take power because he set a speech that set out his vision, which the Belgian government took as an insult on them. And they eliminated him. Nkrumah talked about a United States of Africa. Where is it today? Gaddafi talked about pushing the gold dinar as African currency and by means of exchange and payment. What happened to him? And then that dovetails into your second question. Why is it that it's only the black leadership or intellect that are eliminated? I'll tell you one thing. Because you don't know how strong you are. I wrote a book about Biafra. I refused to publish it on purpose because most of the things I say there, for me, are so very radical. Even before Nnamdi Kanu started saying, I wrote it that a new generation of Igbos are coming that are going to be asking questions without good information, and they're going to make a mess of the whole thing. And that's exactly what happened. So there is no continent on the face of this earth that has been brutalized, raped, plundered, and her humanity questioned like the African continent has been. And the white man, the average white, there's a book you have to read, it's called The White Fragility. The average white man has this fear that if Africa ever came to power, that Africans are going to take a revenge for everything that was ever done to them. So the only thing is not to let them get there. You see that in America. That's why they will do everything to keep the black man down. But they forget that Africans don't think that way. Africans are not thinking about revenge. Africans are not thinking about intergenerational trauma, although we carry it in our frames. Africans are just asking to be given a place to stand. So that is the fear. Okay? So if somebody's telling you that you're inferior, every opportunity that you're inferior, you are not the inferior person. That person has a fear, an abiding fear of you, because he feels inferiority in himself and he has a need to project that to you. So if somebody is trying to keep you down, that person has an ontological fear of what your powers and potentials are. That is what is guiding that. That's the metaphysics of it all. So that's why the powers that be will never. Kissinger wrote it in his report in 1974. Nigeria's resources should not be allowed to fall into the hands of Nigerians for their development. These guys will write what they write. They wrote it in black and white because we don't read enough. We don't see those things. And we think that everything is uhuru. No, it's not. They know what they want. They know the resources we have. They don't have it. And for you to get it and not offer the people anything, you have to put structures in place that will make sure that the people are kept busy elsewhere while you are coming from behind to rape their mother. You get the point. That's why Shell BP could cause an ecological genocide in Niger Delta and get away scot-free, and nothing happens. Okay? In South Africa, the gold, the diamonds that we are stolen from South Africa is still funding the streets of Antwerp in Belgium today. South Africans don't have any share in it. So if you're asking why, so when Achimoglu and Robinson came up and then started writing this trash, that's what I call it. They were just cheerleading colonialism and the present structures of global dominance. They were not doing any intellectual analysis. They should read people like Amical Cabral, and then they'll do some reading of Frantz Fanon to understand the psychology at play, why Africa is being the way it is. If you read The Wretched of the Earth, Frantz Fanon, Jean-Paul Sartre, the French philosopher, wrote a foreword to that book from Fanon. And in one of the paragraphs he wrote, if suppressed fury fails to find an outlet, it will go into the people, into the oppressed themselves and devastate them. That's what is devastating us across the continent. We carry a trauma. Watch what happened to Africa. People don't understand the implications. Africa was not totally a literate society. We never wrote most of the things we did down. We were handing them down orally from one generation to the next. And colonialism came. So the young people were the bridge between yesterday and tomorrow. During slavery, that bridge was cut off. The young people who had all the knowledge were carted away, sold as human chattel to the Americas. And what happened? We lost that. So the old people died without passing that knowledge. So Africa lost a lot in terms of cultural products, in terms of intellectual, in terms of everything you can ever imagine. And then most of these guys went to the New World with the little they know. Most of them challenged their environment, were productive, produced things that were stolen again from them, and their white masters placed their names on them because they could go to the patent office and claim the products of the hands of their black slaves. Things like Johnny Walker, the whiskey you drink, is Ogugoro Sapele that our people were brewing. These guys never knew what it was. It came from us. People that built machines to farm. The white man is a master using canes. He doesn't know the nitty-gritties of farming because he had slaves that were doing it for them. The slaves, in order to make their lives better, invented those machines. But their masters put their names on them, went to the patent office and claimed them as their own. So the history is, our people should start reading. That's what I'm just advocating. Let me tell you, nobody is coming to save us. Nobody's coming to save Africa. Even the Americans, they're not coming to do shit. Only Africans, only Nigerians have the power and the will and the interest to save themselves. Nobody will do that for us. The Chinese realized that early and started planning quietly. Keep their mouth shut, no ostentation. If you are saying anything, they'll be doing until they get where they are. Today, you don't mess with China. But we make a lot of noise because we carry a trauma within us. Okay, so and this trauma, that's why I say the only thing that could bring us out of this trauma is for us to know knowledge. James Madison, one of the slave-owning American presidents, said something very important. I will quote the devil if the devil has something nice to say. He said that knowledge must forever govern ignorance, and that those who wish to be their own governors must arm themselves with the power that knowledge gives. That's what Africa and Nigeria needs.
All right. Thank you, Chim. Let's go to Michael. And then if you ask a question, I will take you out to the back end so that we let other people in. Go ahead, Michael.
All right. Good afternoon. Good morning. Good evening. Hello, Dr. Frank. Nice to meet you. Rudolph, appreciate you giving me the opportunity to come to this platform. You have answered most of my questions that I have in mind because you have illustrates example of what we need to do, because like you said, what's the way forward? There's no way forward other than us looking within ourselves to look to the answers. But the question I have for you, in the Okay. Oh,
Brother Michael.
all right. I thought it was me from my end here. Okay. With the recent OAU conclusion meeting, they say slavery is considered as a genocide and is a crime against humanity. From your own perspective or point of view, how do we take that to be a positive narrative to own us back? Because some people are now asking for reparation, which I don't know how reparation, how would that solve our issue in Africa? But for us labeling that as a crime against humanity, what is your take on that? And I thank you, Rudolph. So you can put me back to the back room. I appreciate it.
All right.
Slavery is not only an insult to everything that is good, true, and beautiful. It's one of the greatest crimes that could ever be committed against a people, against a race, against anyone. So that's what it is. Slavery, whether we are going to get reparation, is the answer is flowing in the winds. I don't think we are going to get anything. Maybe because we are not Europeans, or we are not European Jews. The Jews got reparation for the genocide after the Second World War. Nobody's talking. When you raise issues of slavery and talk about reparations, it fails on, and there's a resurgence of a few white authors trying to glorify slavery and colonialism, saying that colonialism brought Africa a lot of good things. They brought Africa out of the darkness and all whatnot. Wow. Well, that's really an argument to make. So there's this resurgence in glory, trying to glorify it, and then just to dampen the efforts of those who are talking about reparations. But I don't think that should be our major concern at this moment. Our major concern should be, how do we get together to empower ourselves, so much so that slavery will never, ever happen again in our history, forever. We can create the conditions today. There was a time I was looking at the global politics, and I thought to myself, America messes with everybody, but not with those countries that have nuclear weapons. And I thought to myself, they will never allow you to develop in peace until you have a great deterrence to their aggression. They don't mess with China. They don't mess with India, not even with Pakistan. North Korea, they don't mess with North Korea as much. But once you give up your nuclear technology, you are fair game. Gaddafi was an example. The Iranians are going to taste it pretty soon. Okay. So, we should go for power, the power that knowledge gives. We should invest in educating our people to produce and outproduce every other competitor so that we can own tomorrow. Okay? We can own tomorrow. So reparations is a waste of time. Asking for it is a waste of time. Okay? If you have the power to demand for it, nobody will stand on your way, but we don't have the power to demand for it. So what we need to do is just to make sure that we arm ourselves with the knowledge and the productive capacity and the economic stability and the development necessary to sit down on the table and make our own contributions when others are talking. Once you get to that level, decisions will no longer be taken over you. Decisions will be taken in consultations with you. Today, nobody's consulting us. They just pass their resolutions and give us as a diktat to go and implement. If you don't want it, they will starve you of dollars. They will sanction you into oblivion, like Mugabe was sanctioned, and they own the media. They will kill you. They will cheat you, kill you, erase your memory, and then paint you as evil for all history. Many Africans believe that Mugabe is a bad man. They don't know anything about Mugabe. They don't know what Mugabe did for the continent. They don't know the fight that Mugabe put up to make sure that Zimbabweans got an ounce of dignity from the British government. But today everybody knows, Mugabe, he was an old man. Why was he still in power all these years? These are narratives. Okay. So once you hear anything about anybody, you have to ask yourself, cui bono? Who profits from this narrative? Once you ask that question, you will get your answers. Okay, so if I open up on Mugabe and what the treachery that was inflicted on Zimbabwe, there was a time Obasanjo invited Zimbabwean farmers to come to Jos to settle. It was a part of the bribe that the Western powers would. I'm not saying that everything bad in Africa is caused by the Western powers, no, but they have a significant hand, even till today, in every piece of shit that is going on in the continent. That's the crazy thing. Many people will not see, but once you start reading their documents, you will see. Like I give an example. What is happening in Iran didn't start today. They planned it in 2009. Read The Road to Persia from the Saban Institute. It's not like you could just download it. It was in 2009. Everything that Trump is doing now, they planned it. They said how we are going to influence public opinion to make sure that once we start bombing Iran, people will not take it as if we are the bad guys. In minute detail. When Kissinger said in 1974, we should never allow the resources of Nigeria to fall into the hands of Nigeria. When an American soldier that was stationed in Wiesbaden told me while he was fighting in Iraq in 2003, what is our fucking oil doing in their backyard in Iraq? So Iraqi oil is American oil. So when an American president could just rise up and go and kidnap a sitting president in Venezuela and say he was a narco trafficker, and then after that, there was no narco traffic anymore, you settle down and start selling Venezuelan oil. So when you are able to connect all these dots, you will see that those that are ruling, are governing Nigeria. You know that Tinubu used to go to the American embassy to talk to the American ambassador, and the American ambassador will package everything Tinubu told him and send to Washington in a cable. Who told me that? WikiLeaks leaked it. Tinubu was bad-mouthing Buhari, that Buhari was a religious fanatic. He should never be allowed to gain power. But once these guys knew how to use it, they told him, hey, come on, calm down. This guy will come first. You have to read what they give you, what they produce. But the major problem is that I understand it. We don't even have power in Nigeria. How could people stay online through the night to read like I do here? So, and this is our basic issues. And Tinubu told us not to vote for him again if he doesn't give us power. It didn't start with him, to be fair and honest. It didn't start with him. Obasanjo spent $16 billion to generate darkness. So we didn't, so for you to know, those that are governing, that have governed us are imperial auxiliaries. They are just helping empire to effectively colonize the rest of us. And that's what has happened. We are totally colonized people even till today. So when we go to our churches to pray for daily bread, pray for everything that our government should offer us. And they're asking us to start paying taxes. And we pay taxes. A country that has mismanaged $300 billion of oil revenue, and you think they are going to manage your taxes well. And people don't even feed in Nigeria. If you know there are a number of people that call you every morning and ask you for money for food, and you know these people are not there to deceive you. They are hungry, and they have a government. And people are still keeping quiet. You know, I have been asking myself, why is it that Nigerians have this infinite propensity to endure evil? And I arrive at religion. I arrive at our education. We are never taught to be self-assertive. Start from the little philosophies that we teach our children at home. A child will ask you a question in Nigeria, in Igbo area. They will just, that's what we tell our young people. And we push them away from asking questions, from interrogating reality. In Germany here, a little child will ask you warum, until you give him, warum means why. Anything you say, warum, you have to keep explaining and say, if you go into a German classroom, at the point you will be so exhausted. Your head will be, because the children will be asking you questions. Why? Why this? Why that? Why this? In Nigeria, they will say, if you ask me that question, I will just use a knock on your head. Children. Okay, so the philosophies we teach from the childhood is not even functional. We have to teach our people to interrogate reality, to ask questions. You don't keep quiet. There's an Igbo adage that says, if you come to the public forum where meat is divided and you keep quiet, somebody else will eat the meat that's given to you, two of you to divide. And that's what is happening. We have kept quiet. Ask yourself, those representing you at the United Nations, what are their contributions? Go to the committees. What do they say there? Many of them go there to shop. The committees will be in session. They will be in the streets of New York shopping. We see many of them. These are representatives. At the end of the day, they will come. We went to United Nations Security Council meeting. what was discussed in the meeting? Has anybody ever come to tell you what was discussed in any of these international fora? No, it's an opportunity for them to, first of all, cash Esther code, 2, go shopping and show off like people who have never, I don't know. I don't want to start analyzing the psychology of the post-independence African politician. You see them every day in Nigeria. A perfect example is Wike or El Rufai or any other governor. You could just pick anyone at random and they are the same. It's just the same character. It seems that Nigerian power has a way of making people so very killing their minds and their brains that they don't see anymore. So our problems are multi-layered, but education is the key to cancel that captivity. We should start really educating our people. We need to change our curriculum. It's not functioning. This idea of going to school to copy and then I will tell you, I can tell you a story, but I'm not supposed to say this in public because I was a part of the problem while I was in Nigeria. I never realized it until I got here. We were paid then to go and write exams for people. Son of big men, they'll give us money and then we'll write papers for them. And where has that kept Nigeria today? That's the part of my life I regret totally. So these are things that should never happen, because if we have a functional education, people will not be writing anything for anybody. People will learn by doing. In Germany, they have a dual education system. Those that cannot go to the university go and learn to use their hands. And most of the engineers that built Mercedes and BMWs are people that never went to the university. These are people that learned the trade on the go. The Igbos had this Igbo boy system where people are trained on trades, but not only trades, to use their hands. Production. If you don't produce, you are not relevant in the world of today. We buy everything from China. We are just middlemen. But we need to start producing. If we don't produce, sorry, it's like in the academy. If you don't publish, you perish. In the world of global economy today, if you don't produce, you perish. And that's where we are this moment. We don't produce anything. The day oil will become less in demand in the world market, Nigerians will feed from the garbage dumps. Just write this down, because we don't have anything to offer. It's not because we're not industrious or intelligent. It's because the policies that have led us to a place where we can produce instead of consuming is non-existent.
All right. Thank you, Franklyne. Let's go to KJ. KJ.
Doc, good afternoon. It's good to see you again. And we thank you for always coming. We would like to see if you can make it every week. We'll be very happy. Honestly. And Rudolph, thank you so much for bringing him. I appreciate. In fact, I didn't go to my service today because I went very early just to come and wait to listen. And you have not only been able to, give us blow-to-blow account of what is going on around the world, but also even, books to go and read, which is very, 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 very good. But I have a little question for you. You have Rudolph have asked all the questions I wanted to ask, but I have just a little question for you. And that little question is the fact that, I got, to read how Europe underdeveloped Africa in secondary school as a starting point. And that was taught by our teacher who had no business, just like you, he's just vast. So sometimes when we challenge him, he decides to teach something that's not totally out of any, just picks it up and begins to talk about it. So we have such people. We have learned such things, how these systems are put in place. Again, we have a man called Soludo who used to tell us those days before he became governor of Central Bank that he was the advisor to 8 presidents in the world. They invite him to different presidents to consult him. We have Pat Otomi, who is still very, very important around the globe, advising global leaders and even providing solutions on how economy in those countries have become good. Prof, I want to ask you, is that those people, their knowledge don't work in Nigeria? Or what is the problem? If we, as young men at that time, were open to these informations that we are told, we have studied and known how these things are put in place, why then do we still go to France to help us come and manage our tax and go to other places to borrow ideas when we have these people who give this thing free of charge to other countries just by inviting them and sending them a private jet to go there and talk for only God knows how long. Why is it not working for us?
Okay. Oh, thank you very much. It's a very brilliant question. That dovetails into what our intellectuals contributing to society in Nigeria. Okay, let me start by giving you another example. In 1999, during as democracy was ushered in after Abacha's death in '98, a young man came from the United States to vie for the gubernatorial seat in Enugu State. He was a brilliant doctor, a fetal surgeon. He will get babies out of their mother's wombs, operate on them, and put them back, and then the babies will get well. And then that was his selling point, that he's going to move Enugu State forward. You all know who I'm talking about. And he got into power. And then his reign, his government administration was marred by Shahare, just leave it for him. That was everybody. So it became praise singers, okay, that were running what an intelligent man should do in power. The way the wind of praise moves is the way his policies move. And then at the end of 8 years, Enugu State was not better off for it. He was an intellectual. He lived in California. He was a fetal surgeon. He was accomplished. He came back to Nigeria. He couldn't translate what he has seen in those places to this little enclave that was given to him to untrust by the people to administer and govern. One thing we should know is that not every critics are not, most times are not doers. That's why it is difficult to get a critic into power, and then most times we disappoint. Okay, so our job, many critics don't have this artisanal capacity to push their theories, their thoughts across the finish line into finished products. So but critics are important in every society, and those who have the artisanal capacity could actually use those theories to make the society better. Coming to Soludo, I'm not close enough to know what Soludo is battling in Anambra State. But one of the things that he really did was taking a stand against this Monday sit at home. As an economist, he should know that we are losing billions of dollars daily in man hours to the sit at home that was imposed, not by the people, but by people who are agitating for their own various reasons, whatever that may be. That's a good move. I don't expect anybody, any president, any governor, to make miracles within 4 years. That's why I said I am beginning to look askance at democracy, because what everybody cares about is 4 years of election. The Chinese were able to plan long term because they don't have this distraction of spending money to get back to power. They planned long term, 30 years. We are going to lift the majority of our population out of poverty. It became, a long-term project, and every policy became a piece of their puzzle to lead them to this destination. But if you're very busy waiting, if I don't do this in 4 years, I'm out. It's not that I'm advocating for, life. The Chinese are being governed by a committee. A committee. Okay, so if anybody gets too high, and then they will just kick him out, and then the system keeps working. So everybody contributes to that system, and the system moves. That's why they are where they are today. I don't expect Soludo to make miracles, although I don't support his politics. I don't expect. Tommy was never in power. Tommy, the only time he was in power was a special advisor to Shagari in '82. Okay, he's a brilliant chap. Soludo is a brilliant economist. I will grant him that. But as a politician, Nigerian politicians, they have to play the hands that we're giving them. He has to go to the market and dance with the market women in order to get their votes, instead of concentrating on the nitty-gritties of governance. So, that's one of the things. But over and above that, I have not seen an overarching vision that Soludo has articulated for Anambra State. That's where I'm disappointed. As an intellectual, he should have a vision that even when he leaves office, anybody that comes in and tries to deviate from that vision will get the air of the Anambrarians. But he doesn't have that. And that's what a leader should be. A leader should be somebody who shines the light, like Nnamdi Azikiwe said, and the people will find their way. I have not seen a Nigerian leader that is shining the light that the people can find their way. All I'm seeing are petty individuals, petty egos, who are there to show, I did this. And what did you do? In the larger scheme of things, what has your contribution? What is the meaning of your contribution in the larger scheme of things? I was advocating here in Germany. Okay, we had an Igbo meeting everywhere in Germany where the Igbos go every Saturday or Sunday to meet. And I came to the meeting one night and I told them, I'm not coming here anymore. I will come here, you ask me to pay monthly dues, and then you will cook pepper soup and grease, and we will eat, and everybody goes home. But I have a few friends, Japanese and Spaniards, that live here. They go to their meetings every year. Their fathers came here early, worked here. They were able to collect money and invest in stocks. And their children go today with files to talk about dividends and future investments. And I told them, if we are not talking about how we are going to invest for the future generation, I'm not coming anymore. And it was on that occasion that I said, we don't even need the federal government for the Igbo states to build a kind of secular railway that will open up the whole place. But there's nothing like communication. That's why China is investing heavily in rail communication. Chinese railways are the best in the world today. Last year, they moved over 250 million people. It's not that railways are profitable, but it opens up places so that if I live in a Zambo, I could build my industries there and transport my goods to the market in Onitsha within a twinkle of an eye, because time is money. But the Igbo governors are waiting, the Southeastern governors are waiting, although they are consuming 200 million, if I was mistaken about, as security votes every month. Instead of gathering this money, going to banks and seek for loans and then contracting companies, build us a secular rail. Let the community, let the states pay in 50 years. They're not thinking about this overarching project that will open up the whole place. If you open up a lot of benefits will accrue to this state. The rural urban migration or push will reduce. People will live in their villages. Landlords in Enugu will not be cutting off people's throats because of the house rents. People will live in their villages, okay, and transport themselves to work and back in Enugu, in Abia, everywhere. If you open up a rail line alone will open up these places. But no, they are there thinking about who to give guns to go and snatch electoral boxes for them. And then at the end of the day, they will join a criminal gang and call themselves agitators for Biafran independence. And then they will sack communities like Osumo and the Nihiala axis, and nobody will live there. And those places will be outgrown by weeds. There was a report prepared by Professor Chido Nkalo and the Bianco Ono and all the Bianco Ju and all the rest of them about the crisis, security crisis in Anambra State. Where is the white paper on that? We have not seen that. And they indicated that most of these guns in the hands of these guys were given to them by politicians. And this is the overarching strategy of Nigerian politicians. Okay? And then at the end of 4 years, if another person comes and if they are not close to power, they don't have pension, they will lose everything. Okay? Without knowing that if you don't create structures that will carry everybody, you will become a part of everybody someday when you leave power. Power is the most ephemeral thing there is. So that's the vision that is lacking in terms of those guys. And it's a pity that it is lacking. Okay, I don't know how to solve that. I don't have all the solutions. That's why it's out, I trust the intelligence of the crowd. Nigerians are brilliant people. Nigerians are an intelligent folk. We have brilliant people with brilliant ideas. Jude Igwe Mezie was building rail lines. The Americans contracted him to build rail lines in Iraq. We could get such guys to build rail lines for us. We have Nigeria. There's a young Nigerian doctor, Ngwaba, that I listened to today who was talking about reversing terminal illnesses. And the guy is brilliant in England. He's doing wonderfully well. These are the people we could co-opt for our own development. But the politicians don't want these guys. I was in Enugu State about 5 years ago. I came home. Obiorike asked me to come. I went to a meeting of the politicians. You know what they were fighting about? They don't want foreigners because the stakeholders, the local stakeholders they don't want anybody coming from abroad to contribute ideas, because they bring the Ghana must go back and they should be shared to them. Nothing should be, they don't want anybody coming from abroad to tell them not to share the money. I was sitting there and listening to these people. So it's a crazy circle runner. I don't know where to start, but education is the place to begin. We should start educating our kids, little ones, because we have lost. Nigeria has lost us. Our generation, we are over 50 now. They have lost us. So we should start making sure that we don't lose tomorrow. That's what the Chinese did. And tomorrow they have secured.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I will put a date again when you come back, because please bear with us. We'll be calling you all the time. I beg you, so that our brains can, it has become too fogged. So we need to open it up again. Thank you so much.
I do appreciate the compliments, my brother. Thank you. It's mutual. I love interacting with you guys. You guys are brilliant too.
All right. Thank you so much, KJ. Let's go to Tony. Tony, your question or comments. Make it brief if you can. We have, I don't know how we're going to get to everybody, but let's see. Go ahead, Kun.
I'll try. Doctor has spoken quite a lot. And, unfortunately, we don't have time. Greetings, Dr. Damages. Greetings, Doctor. Quite very, very interesting things you have said. A lot of them I agree. A few others I don't agree with. But I want to ask you a question quickly. I like the part where you talked about knowledge as a resource to jumpstart the economy of any nation. And if you take a look at some of the countries that have invested heavily on knowledge-based, economy, you would see that GDP per capita is very, very high. Finland, Iceland, Norway, Luxembourg, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, China that you talked about, and so on and so forth. Singapore, so you would see clearly, that if you go through that path, your economy would benefit. Now, and if you come down to Africa, I did say this before. If you look at small countries like Cape Verde, Seychelles, Botswana, Namibia, Mauritius, you could also see a semblance of that, even though they are small countries. So my question really is, 1960 to about 1960, before the first coup, from the statistics and the indices that we have, Nigeria appears to have been progressing. Universities were highly rated, hospitals were good quality, civil service, could deliver, service, integrity in civil service, agriculture was good, structures were solid. So do you think that if we had pursued that path, if that had not been truncated, that Nigeria wouldn't have maybe joined the allied group of some of these countries that I mentioned? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a very brilliant question. Your take is quite brilliant. The countries you listed shows in real time, with practical evidence that knowledge is the way to go. There is no economy in the world today that would even record 1% growth without a knowledge-based component. In fact, that's what it is. The small countries you mentioned in Africa are pursuing that as a matter of policy, state policy. The ones that are failing have been, for one reason or the other, not been able to do that. Coming to your question, whether if we would have become something else had we pursued the policy that we inherited immediately after independence, yes, it would have been a different outcome. But the point was that there were massive problems, underlying the post-independence government before even the coup. In Western Nigeria, there were serious problems. The action group was actually self-digesting. Akintola and Awolowo were at loggerheads. They were burning people on the streets. People forget about the Waitier saga. So there were massive, massive problems. to the kind of parliamentary democracy that Nigeria inherited. So there was no way we were gonna get out of that problem without issues being really addressed at the national level. Remember that Tafawa Balewa was about to send the army to Western Nigeria, and you have to remember the NPC in the north and NCNC were in a coalition. Okay, so these issues were not as easy as that. So the military came in for whatever reason, which in Zogu and all the rest of Ifajun, who was the major proponent of that coup, which they didn't, we don't know, but that truncated, that truncated what could have been a country that was in the cusp of making its own mistakes and learning from them. I believe that if we have made those mistakes and learned from them without military intervention, it could have been a different outcome. But once the military got in, and the military doesn't have a governance structure, the military has a command structure. And this command structure is, if you don't obey me, I have the weapon. Okay, so but that's not a governance structure. So we never learned any lessons on self-governance after independence. So that truncated quite a lot of trajectory that Nigeria could have followed. We could have learned from that mistake, and it could have either strengthened our democracy or led to more problems. So no one could have seen what never happened. So that's what but we have to know the structures we inherited from the colonial masters served a population that was not that was containable, that didn't explode like Nigerian population did immediately after independence. So what the colonial masters left were what I call instruments of exploitation. The rail lines ran from areas where resources are to the seaports where they take them away to England. So they never thought about diversifying the Nigerian economy. Nigerian economy was export-based, cash crops, not for local industries. Nigerian infrastructure was from area where resources are concentrated to areas where we'll take them out to cause a river of wealth to flow in England. So, but Nigerian politicians never got the opportunity of actually flexing their muscles as wide as it could go. Those that did tried a lot. Awolowo gave free education in Western Nigeria. The Westerners and the Yorubas are thankful and grateful to him for that till today. He built the first cocoa house. He made sure that the cash crops are equally being sold and the money is being, returned and then used in developing the region. Michael Opara in Eastern Nigeria. The Eastern Nigeria was deemed the fastest growing economy. Then palm oil was still ruling the waves. There was this legend that the Malaysians came and took our palm oil nuts, and then today they are the world largest producers of palm oil. So if we have continued in the north, those guys were even trying. Amadu Sadwana of Sokoto, who is the premier of the northern region, everybody, this healthy rivalry was there. Okay, people were trying to push their region forward. But I was doing a lot in the east. Industries, most of the industries that Mbakwe and Jim Mobodo inherited in Enugu were industries that Opara built. We forget that. Golden Guinea Breweries, Umuahi, and all the rest of them, and Niger Sem, Niger Steel, and all the rest of them in Eastern Nigeria, and what Awolowo did. So that fell off when the military came. Okay, and that was a great disservice to Nigeria's evolution, social and political evolution, I would say. Yeah, it could have been another outcome, but whether that outcome could have continued ad infinitum without problems, I can never say that because I don't have evidence to that effect.
Okay, doctor, please indulge me. Ethiopia was never colonized except for a brief period when you had Mussolini.
Yeah.
So how do you explain that? What's the colonial? How would that theory that part of the problems was as a result of colonial, colonialism? Thank you.
Okay. Well, Ethiopia is another case altogether. You have to know. The guy has disappeared.
No, he's here. I just wanted to use this to tell you we round up with him and we're going to another thing.
Okay. Well, the Ethiopians had another trajectory. Ethiopians, under Haile Selassie, it became an empire. It was an empire before then. And Ethiopia fought a war with Italy, colonial war, and the Italians tried to break Ethiopia to bits, actually. But I wouldn't think that what applied to Nigeria applied to Ethiopia. So you have to know that Haile Selassie was actually overthrown too at a point, and then the trajectory went another way. I wouldn't know what Ethiopia would have become had Haile Selassie handed over power in a royal succession to his successors instead of Mengistu Mariam becoming the military head of state. I can't explain that, but Nigeria has another trajectory. Ethiopia has similar trajectory when the military came to power. But today we see the Ethiopians have retraced themselves and they are trying as much as they can to move their country forward. What Nigerians are not doing. Because if you go to Ethiopia today, Ethiopia hinged on one thing, their airlines, to make it the best in Africa. And it is still the best in Africa today. And it's earning huge foreign exchange for that country. Ethiopia has been able to complete a dam that they are, having a conflict with Egypt over. And this dam is supposed to drive a new wave of development because it's going to generate a lot of power for the Ethiopian. So I could see Ethiopian trajectory being, evolving for the better than the Nigerian evolution. Our evolution is not evolving at all. We are stagnating with every government that comes into power. I haven't seen significant progress made either in education or in life expectancy or whatever. All the indices of development. Now, I have not seen Nigeria appreciably, ascend the next rung of the ladder in the last 10, 20 years. But Ethiopia, I can say that about that country.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Let's go to Yakubu. Yakubu, you're next.
Hi, Dr. Rudolph. Hi, Dr. Ogbunwezeh, and hi, fellow panelists. It's a pleasure being here again. Doctor, I followed all your analysis today, and I must say that it's a good thing that you came on today, because Nigeria is in that state presently that we need this kind of get-togethers, if I may put it that way, because I'm also of the school of thought that critical thinking, has been one solution that if it was properly explored and exploited, it will have really, really reduced the level of decadence that has eaten deeply into the polarity that we are seeing today in Nigeria, and the decay happening. So stemming from what Tony said about, your answers to the 66, what we couldn't say or we could say, I'm going to ask this question. If we could travel 50 years into the future and see a prosperous, free, and united Nigeria, what would the Nigerians of 2076 say about the choices that, we have made today in 2026? Will they thank us or will they curse us?
Excellent question. Well, that's the job of an analyst, to try to imagine a future. Okay. And that's what we are all doing now. Because Babangida wrote a book. He said the title of the book was For Their Tomorrow We Give Our Today. And I've been asking the question, which today did you give?
No.
Because we never attain that tomorrow, whatever that tomorrow means for you. I don't think we've started making progressive choices in Nigeria. The Nigerian of 2076, the choices we have made already. This year is 2 months old, but the choices we have made have not even brought us a little bit on the track to progress beyond what we have just been doing the same things and we are expecting the same result. Okay, look, what is the philosophy of our governance? That's the question we should ask. What is the philosophy? What's the overarching philosophy of governance in Nigeria? Ask the Nigerian government, what is your philosophy of governance? Ask our universities, what is our philosophy of education? What do we intend to achieve by educating our people? What is the goal of our education? Ask our Minister of Education, what's the goal of Nigerian education? Minister of Health, what's the goal of your health policy in Nigeria? Ask every minister. I will welcome that debate. So that's the basic thing. You have to first of all articulate a philosophy, a plan. This is our, okay, come to think of it. Tinubu started last year or late last year talking about Nigerians will be asked to pay taxes. They should stop it. Taxation is not bad. Taxation is the way a government funds its policies and programs in every major country of the world. But I had a problem. I wrote a short piece on Facebook and said Nigerians should never pay taxes. And what are my reasons for that? Nigerians should never pay taxes to anybody until those guys in parliament review our constitution and make sure that chapter 2 of Nigeria's constitution is justiciable.
Certainly.
We listed all the beautiful policies, what governments do with taxes in other countries. And at the end of the day, we said in Nigeria, these ones are not justiciable. So which is to say, those guys taking our tax money don't owe us anything. They don't even owe us to do anything for us. They don't even owe us to provide healthcare. They don't even owe us to fund education. So they don't owe us anything. So we cannot hold them to account. But you ask me to pay. What is tax? The Americans say no taxation without representation. You want Nigerians to pay, but everything that should hold you accountable to those that you are taking money from, you said no. I'm not responsible. You pay taxes, but I am not obliged to build roads. I'm not obliged to create a better life for you. What is a social contract? Social contract is the citizens sublease their powers, even the power of their finances, to the government, so the government will take care of them. But in Nigeria, we said, oh, give us the money. We're taking care of you. It's to your tents, O Israel. So what is the abiding philosophy of governance in Nigeria? Ask our president, where do you see Nigeria in 2050? He's the ones that we paid to do this job. He's the ones that we elected. These are the guys we elected to do this job. What is the other? I have never heard or seen any philosophy or any policy paper that has been articulated showing the direction that Nigeria is going, that will, if you don't know where the direction
Sorry, doctor.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
You remember the Vision 2010?
Yes, I do.
Abacha then. There were policy documents, on the future of certain sectors at that time that were, written out, although they were not allowed to, go out of where they were archived.
Well, let me tell you what happened. Vision 2012, what happened to it? When Abacha collapsed, everything collapsed with him. That has been a running issue in power in Nigerian politics. Gowon articulated National Development Plan. Where were these development plans when Gowon left power? When Murtala Mohammed came to power and Obasanjo after him, where were they? The Shagari administration, power to the people. They had policies. They had, they had people that were thinking for them, that articulated policies. But once they left power, the military came and everything died with them. And we have never had consistency of administration across board since Nigerian independence. That's one of the major problems. That's where I believe that if we are able to articulate a national philosophy of development and stop going into our tribal cocoons to think about who is bigger or who should hold power because he comes from my back of the neck of the woods, we should articulate, as a society, as Nigerians, what do we want? That's what a national conference could do. We sit down and say, it's not about who gets power. It's about, are we ready to be together? If we're ready to be together, how are we going to do it? Where do we want to see ourselves? And, we give ourselves timelines. That's how actionable policies are articulated. We don't have that. Ask APC for their manifesto. Go read that manifesto. You will see it's a watery document copied from so many places that nobody intends on implementing any single thing out of it. The PDP is that a party? It's weakest playground. The new ADC is a collection of strange bedfellows as well. So, until we have our intellect, you guys that are here sitting with me in Europe and eating grease and okra and whatever, until we are able to sit down and articulate some policies, some philosophies. Where do we want to see Black Africa in the next 50 years? Our children will be lost to us.
All right, quickly, let's go to Anne. Anne, It's on. Where is he? What happened? Okay, yeah. Somebody entered a new guest. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Couple of rapid fire questions for you. You just mentioned tribal cocoons. It seems like the tribal cocoons are creating fifth columnists in our environment that turn around and betray us for their own regional interest or tribal interest. How would you mitigate against something like that? That's the first one. The second one is you talked about education.
We wanted
very
one
quickly.
question alone.
I'm going to be done very quickly.
Okay.
The education piece as well. Broad overview framework of an educational plan for the next generation that will work based on the theories you just presented. And what do you make about the Knesset discussing Biafra and Igbo in their parliament? I think there are some Southeasterners that kind of affiliate themselves with the Jews. I would like to get your thoughts on that as well. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. We are going to take a break. Franklin, Dr. Franklin can answer these questions. They are actually important, and I know he will need more time. So let's take 4 minutes break, and then we'll get to everybody. Everybody in the studio, I will get to you. I promise you before he leaves. So
I'll be there for everybody. It's not a problem. I will answer your questions. Are brilliant questions, but the second question you will have seen with my laughter that I have. But anyway, let me obey Rudolph.
Okay. All right. We'll be right back. Thank you. great. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying with us, spending your Sunday evening with us. We're here with Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh, who has been giving us knowledge, understanding of issues around Africa. And
No, we've been discussing,
and the world. All right. So there were these questions from Izon, the wonderful
Yes.
questions. So you can go from there.
Yeah, my brother, thank you very much for those brilliant questions. First of all, you asked me about how can I mitigate the tribal cocoons that we find ourselves in whenever Nigeria comes to the table of discourse. Well, from the personal level, my bosom friend that died was a Yoruba man from Yagba, Pius Adesami. Okay, we understood each other so much that we have a name for each other. He calls me my mother's son, and I call him the same. So, on the personal level, we could do a lot. The NYSC program was actually designed with that goal in view, but it got corrupted along the way. You could see people paying money to move from their primary areas of assignment to other places of their choice. That was designed to create national unity. It was a very worthy goal towards that. There was another thing I would always like to tell people. There's something we call infrastructures of integration. That's what we lack in Nigeria. That could facilitate people, okay, moving from their provinces, okay, and then escaping the provincialism that one eyes are covered with if one stays at a place German is coming into my mouth, only among his own people. Infrastructures of integration are normal infrastructures. I came here to Germany to study. And the very first thing the universities hand over to you train tickets. They call it semester tickets. These semester tickets, you could travel all over the region where your university is located, all over that state. Okay. And if you have a little money in your pockets, I was getting money from the German government for my PhD. So you could travel all over Germany on a ticket. Okay. And then what are the infrastructures of integration? Things like rail lines connecting every village in Germany. Okay. I could leave Frankfurt this morning and in 4 hours I'm in Berlin partying and chasing girls. Okay. So a German doesn't need to live in Frankfurt to study in Berlin. And a German, once he moves to Berlin, he makes new friends there. So if we have such infrastructures that opens up all of Nigeria, you could see people traveling from Lagos to Enugu, doing their business and coming back. But because we are those things are they are non-existent. We are hampered by the absence of this infrastructure. Nigeria is still very close. Nigeria is very large, but closed. For you to travel from Maiduguri to Enugu takes you over 13 hours. But this is a journey that's not up to 800 kilometers. I do from Frankfurt to Switzerland in 3 hours in my car because the roads are the roads are there. We don't even have those roads in Nigeria. During Christmas period, people traveling from Lagos to the east of Nigeria, many of them sleep over on the expressway. So infrastructures and all that, these are things that open up a society. And once people move around, there is nothing like traveling to open people's minds. St. Augustine said it, the world is like a book. Those who have not traveled have only read a page. Many Nigerians don't even know what their neighboring states look like because traveling is expensive. Infrastructures are not there. The roads are not safe. So if this is the area of governance. If governments are able to provide these infrastructures, you will see a lot of these tribal cocoons will disappear because people will now come to see. My brother, the Bible said your brothers all over the world are suffering the same thing. You will come to see that poverty is the lowest common factor among Nigerians. And you will see people will intermarry. People marry people proximate to them. It doesn't necessarily mean that you must be Yoruba. There are many Yorubas that are marrying Igbos. There are many Hausas that are marrying Igbos. And so vice versa. People marry people close to them. So, but we are not close to each other. So we are far removed from each other because the infrastructure that should, facilitate our integration scarcely there. So it's equally a setback. And the NYSC program that was a worthy goal has been watered down till it has fallen to Nigerian corruption like every other Nigerian. So this is a way of coming out of or mitigating tribalism. We'll never totally eliminate people being tribalistic. That's why we can never eliminate racists. We saw what happened in the soccer game between Benfica and Real Madrid, where Vinicius Junior was totally, he got out of his house because he believed he was, racially abused. So we will never eliminate people who will choose to dwell in those gutters. That doesn't move us forward. But the majority will have a critical mass that will come out of that. And that's all we need. What you need to change every situation is 1/3 of the people living in that situation. A revolution needs 1/3 of the people living in that country. What we need, the critical mass is 1/3. That's what we need. And we will change the face of Nigeria. Let intellectuals start. What education does is to liberate you from the shackles of ignorance. And people should know that racism or tribalism is an emotional investment in ignorance. And once we realize that, we can get ourselves out of it. So let's start with the intellectuals. So that's why we should abjure, eschew any intellectual that puts up tribalism as the very first point of contact. Once we are Africans, we should know that the world is not a very clement place. The whites are sitting down and deciding about the resources of this world, and we are part of those resources. We should gather together and realize that we are to be eaten as a meal if we don't get our acts right. So that's a way to mitigate those things. On the personal level, interpersonal level, that's why I can't stand an Igbo man abusing a Yoruba man because he's Yoruba. I am Igbo. I can't stand a Yoruba man abusing an Igbo man because he's Igbo. Anybody. I can't stand human rights violations or impugning somebody's human dignity. I can't stand it. I had a fight with one man here that's online here because of that thing. He was trying to rubbish his brother, who is a Yoruba man, has an Igbo name. He should not vie for politics, the political office, because his mother is Igbo and his father is Yoruba. I can't stand such people because that is the kind of atavism that pulls us back instead of moving us forward. That's all I have to say to that. The second point, why the Knesset discussing the Biafran issue, is a distraction. It's a fundamental insult on Nigeria as a nation. These guys are taking more than required. You can discuss what is your business. Nigeria is not a colony of Israel. I am Igbo. I am not a Jew. There is no genetic evidence to show that Igbos are Jews. Anybody peddling that is just peddling a new colonial hangover. It doesn't exist. There's no link. You can link yourself with them by religion or whatever, but there's no genetic link. All those things are just people massaging their ego, trying to be what they are not. There could be human beings are the same everywhere. We have similarities. Cultures have similarities. Culture is a dynamic thing. Cultures borrow and lend to each other.
Do you think the IPOP agitation had anything to do with this ideology that seems to be gaining ground?
No, I don't think so. The issue about the Igbo as a people, they have a case against Nigeria after the Civil War. The defeated people have a right to feel wronged, angry, disappointed that issues that were raised during the Civil War are yet to be resolved. We can argue on that. But trying to say you are Jew because you were defeated in a war or because Nigeria doesn't treat you right, I have come to realize that every Nigerian is a Biafran if the original agitation is what it should be. Nigerians are poor. That's our lowest common factor. That's what we should be fighting against. To break the shackles of poverty, to break the shackles of underdevelopment. Every Nigerian suffers that. And when these guys agitating for Biafra realize that every Nigerian has the same problem, they should build bridges across the whole of Nigeria, not being in their cocoon, trying to fight what they are never gonna gain. Every Nigerian is marginalized. I can tell you that. I have traveled the length and breadth of Nigeria. I have seen screaming poverty in the north of Nigeria. Not the politicians not doing anything about it. What about these Marjorie kids? They are children of people. I have seen screaming poverty in the west of Nigeria. I have been to Morocco and seen people living on stilts from hand to mouth. I have seen the same across in Igbo land, across the length and breadth of Nigeria. We have that as a common problem. We should be agitating that Nigeria should be allowed to grow from these leeches that are holding us down. Not coming to say, because I'm Igbo, let me tell you, nobody's a special person. We all are human beings. The blood flowing in each other's veins is red. We can have our issues, which we can discuss. Okay, but that the Knesset will sit down, they should discuss the genocide they are committing in Gaza and not discussing Nigeria. It's a distraction. We have our problem. And you know, there is an Igbo adage that says, Onye mo onwe oke, busu ataya. If you make yourself a rat, the cats will come for you. It's Nigerians that we made ourselves the cats. That everybody that thinks that he's a wannabe superpower will start discussing Nigeria. If we have gotten our acts together, nobody would dare. Like my brother Tony said, if Nigeria has continued on the trajectory that we were on, I don't think any country would dare challenge Nigeria. Anyway, they knew that. That's why they said that Nigeria's resources. Kissinger wrote it down in his report, should not be allowed to fall into the hands of Nigerians for the development of Nigerians. They are afraid of what this country is capable of if we get together. We have the same Nigeria in 2050, we will be close to 350 million people. That's a huge resource. Nigerians are not dumb. We have one of the most brilliant races of men and women. So if you don't know, Nigerians don't know how they are regarded. People are afraid of you guys because they know what your potentials are. But we are frittering away these potentials, fighting in intertribal battles that are useless. They don't bring anything. Nigerians should come together and realize that the world out there is a very dangerous place, that we really need to get our acts together. If they come for the Yoruba man tomorrow in the morning, they will come for the Igbo man at night. That should be clear to us. So it's a distraction. Nigerians should get their acts together. Once we do that, nobody should be, before anybody discusses us, they will invite us. They are discussing us in our absence. It's the Nigerian Foreign Ministry. You know, this is where a country that is stable and powerful will write a letter and then ask the country to take the ambassador away. Why should it be discussing our country in our absence? Have you lost it? It's because we don't have the power that anybody could stand and discuss what is happening in Nigeria. It's an internal issue in Nigeria. The agitation of IPOB is an Nigerian internal issue. Okay, so Nigerians should come together and then try to find a solution to what, it's like Trump sending troops and bombing Nigeria. Did we ask you to bomb Nigeria? Even if, something that's happening in Nigeria, we need your help. Give us the intelligence. Let the Nigerian authorities go after these criminals themselves. Coming to bomb Nigeria for us means that you are telling us you are a colonial master. And that's, Chinua Achebe said it. Colonialism is one of the greatest insults that could be imposed on any human person. And Nigerians think it's about Christian and Muslim. I was born a Christian. At a point, I stopped going to church because I realized those stories don't make any sense to me. So, but we are here killing ourselves over imported religions. I wrote an article, a book chapter anyways. It's called Africa and the Pestilence of Imported Religions. You should realize that Nigerians don't fight. Africans have never fought a religious war until Islam and Christianity came to Africa. My religion, the Igbo traditional religion, is a democracy. If Ogugu doesn't answer my prayers, I will take my yams and go to Awala. No African God that will ever tell you that he's a jealous God. But these monotheisms came and corrupted our minds, and then we are more Catholic than the Pope. And we started fighting and dying for our faith. Faith is not knowledge.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Ogbunwezeh. Before we go to Victory, for those watching at home, thank you so much for being here. And those on the comment section, I will take a few questions on the comment section while we take the remaining people in the studio. Also, if you're watching, can you please like or share? And you can do both. It helps us to reach more people. Victory, you're next.
Thank you, Rudolph, and thank you, Dr. Frankly. I must say that the last previous two sessions that you came in here, I wasn't able to come into the studio because I was on holiday. But I think some of your lectures is so addictive that I don't even know what to say about it, Dr. Franklin. And
Thank you, my brother. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, I must draw it back to the engagement you had with one man when you put him straight to sleep. In fact, I downloaded that video on my phone, and I've actually showed that to some of my friends that that's what knowledge can give to you. So knowledge wins over ignorance any day, any time. But let me move on to my question. I think some of the things that I've been thinking about in my head, sometimes I think that am I going crazy? And then I hear you come here say those things. I said, it's like Dr. Franklin is thinking from the same place. And one of the things that you said today, in fact, I haven't had a discussion with my brother yesterday, and I mentioned the same thing, that the only solution I see for Nigeria is for every ethnic group to be autonomous of what they want to do for themselves. I will come to together and make a decision, just like the way you have in the European Union, where every country make that decision, but they still come together, sit together, and do things together in their common interest. And then I realized that Rudolph was pushing you back. He kept pressing you on the questions that why is it that our intellectual have not been able to take this conversation to the people? He pushed you back several times, and you gave some response, which is what I was thinking about. Because if you look at what's happening in Nigeria, a man that is hungry, that is fighting for survival, how do you go and tell them anything that they will believe you? They can never believe you, because what they are looking for their next daily bread. So it's a very difficult conversation to have with the Nigerian people. And this is where I come in to say that how come no Nigerian billionaire has been able to say that how do we commit a class suicide by ensuring that we'll be able to rescue our country by taking the message to the people? Because clearly what you are saying here, look at how many people are listening to our conversation. This kind of conversation should be listened to by thousands of Nigerians, because if they don't hear the message, how would they act? And that's always been my frustration. That's why I've stopped coming here for some time. I listen to the program, but I don't come on the studio. But I think sometimes we just talk, but we don't take actions. How do we get to the people? And I remember I was having the conversation with my friend, and I said to my friend that imagine 10,000 Nigerian diaspora decide to sponsor their own rep. So I'm paying for my rep in my local government. Go and video your local schools, your hospital. Bring those videos to me. Let's report the news live. Let's go to the people directly. But I speak to my friends here in the UK. They are not interested. And this thing is driving me crazy. How come we are not interested in what is happening in our backyard? I don't know. Is it that the black man is daft? Are we stupid? Are we moronic? I don't know. I'm losing my mind. Because imagine what happened if you had started this thing 3 years ago. Go to where they gather, their churches and their mosques, cook them jollof rice, gather 50 people, and tell them what is happening in Nigeria. I'm sure by now we will not be where we are now. Even this election that they're trying to hold, because the people would have been mobilized. So how come no Nigerian billionaire is able to fund this kind of project? Because you need money for this. Like I said, somebody that is suffering, you can't tell them anything. Like even like this, I had an experience. Some of my friends called me few months ago. Oh, they had issue with money. I sent them money. He called me. I sent him another money. And the one that told him to go and register with a particular to go and register for a particular party, he went and registered because he knows that when he comes for me for money, I will give him. So we'll have a big problem. Like that's why everything you're saying here, and I don't know how I can get your voice to the classroom where you can be giving history lessons to the people in Nigeria. But there's a lot we need to do. We just talk, but we're not acting. Why? Why do you think we don't act?
All right. Thank you, Victory.
Okay. Well, my brother, you have said it all. Is usually because being a change agent is one of the most difficult things ever, because the people you're fighting for, have been inured by the status quo, so they sit on the fence. Okay, trying to convince them, you have to. It must be. You have to have something extraordinary to sell. Machiavelli saw it. It's so very difficult because they are waiting for you. If you succeed, they will join you. If you fail, they will say they knew it already. So it's normal. That's human psychology. About our people in the British, in England, not saying or doing enough. You should know that human psychology is, we are human beings. Many of our brothers and sisters in Europe and America welcome these politicians that steal money and show them where to hide them and show them bonds that they should buy that the money could not be traced. They help them buy real estate here. Okay, they know quite well, many of them, that this money, that this politician has no industry that will generate billions of dollars for him. So where does this money come from? It's Nigerian people's money. Okay, they will buy real estate at the Potomac Valley, in the Washington area, and every other place. Okay, so we sometimes some of our problems, we know what it is, but everybody, once people are isolated, they start thinking in individualistic and selfish terms. That may be a problem of human psychology. I don't have a solution to that. But what I have a solution, that's why I'm interested in building structures of that could scaffold our development. Individuals can never do it. That's what the Chinese did. The Communist Party happens to be a very formidable structure. Okay, they use that as a vehicle. Structures are vehicles to attain goals, and the majority of the people will be skeptical of these goals you're talking about until it succeeds, and it will be, failure is an orphan, but once you succeed, everybody becomes a part of it. So, and this is the major reason why 1/3, the elite of every society, should fight. A society is accursed when the elite are selfish individuals, and that's what Nigeria's problem is. Our elites are visionless, and they are very selfish. So they only see about today. They're not thinking about tomorrow. They're not thinking about the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years. They are not ready to plant a tree that they're not going to sit under. Okay? But that's what vision is. Vision is, how can I visualize a society of tomorrow where my children, my grandchildren will walk tall among their peers from China, from Europe, from America? No, they're not visualizing that. They are visualizing, how can I steal as much as possible so that when I leave office, I will never have a problem, even if I embezzle the pension of workers who have invested their life savings in these pension funds. My dad worked for the government and never had a pension for one day. Many of his peers died on the pension lines waiting to collect non-existing pensions that have been embezzled by government officials. So I don't know where we were. Human psychology, but like I always say, education could redirect every population. We should start catching them young. We should start making policies, train our best in, to the best of their abilities, and bring them home when they are done, and give them places to stand and make contributions, vital contributions to our society. We don't have that policy yet, but we need it. It's so very urgent. And once we reach this critical mass, we will see the results. Because an educated populace, if you align yourself with an educated person, you will start sounding educated. It's infectious. Although it's not a sexually transmitted disease, but it's infectious.
That's what I do here. Just
at this point, I have to offer full praises to Rudolph. This is what public intellectuals do. He has created a platform where we meet and exchange ideas. These ideas are going to find fruitful grounds someday in some people, and it will fructify, and we all will be better for it. Don't never ever think. One thing is to think we are easily defeated. Once you see that, am I alone in this? And then you despair, you are defeated. Keep on doing what you're doing. Keep on grinding at it. Someday it's going to fructify. You may not even live to see the progress that you are planting today, but it's going to come. So I will urge all of us, we should never despair. Whatever we can do to uplift, if wherever I have worked, I have one policy taught me by one of my professors, Professor Obiorige. Obiorige will always tell me in Igbo, Ana me ka Africa jeti ihe. I am doing this so that Africa will gain something. And I use that as a policy. Wherever I work, I try to be the best I can be so that when next another black man will come that way, the bridge will have already been built for him. So that's on a personal level. That's what every African should start doing. And once you are able to do that, before we reach the critical mass to move our continent forward.
All right. Thank you so much. Let me go to Jagun. Jagun, you're next. Let's hear from you. We have 3 more people. Jagun.
I do thank you.
Give me a minute.
Yeah,
Give me a minute.
Ovie was before me.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Ovie was before me. That's why I'll give you thumbs up when you put him there. He was before me. I'm after him. I can't wait to speak to our brother. Yeah, it really is fascinating.
All right, Ovie, you're back up. And then, so I have Jagun, Femi, Ife after Ovie. Now, if you're in the studio and I missed you, please send me a private chat. I will then remember. And then for those who are on the comment section, if you have a question, you can put it up. I can share that with our guests, just a few of them. And those watching at home, please like and share, please. And of course, I wanted to also mention that on Sunday next week, we have Professor Gaga Ifowodo, who will be joining us on Sunday. So if you're able to join us next week, that will be interesting. He's going to talk about Biodun that died last week and other things. Okay, so go ahead, Ovie, you're next.
Sorry. Yeah.
It's okay.
What do we do to fake doctors? As a teaser.
Sorry?
What do we do to fake doctors?
Fake doctors.
Fake doctors. Fake doctors. What do we do to them?
Which kind of doctors?
They already begin with, begin with hello. What about hello? Dr. Abeg, make this man go first. I'll go later. Why are you doing that? What is I crying? Because you interject. Hold on now, you interjected. Go now. I respect you to go before me. Understand that, my brother.
All right. So
you interjected. That means you are eager to speak. So go ahead, speak. I'll go after I'll go as the last person, doctor.
All right. So I think 2 of them they have. Let's go.
I don't mind, Dr. Damage. I don't mind. I really don't mind.
Okay. All right, Jagun, go ahead.
Thank you. Our brother, our big brother, Dr. Ogbunwezeh, it always a great pleasure on this program. The synergy between you and I, in terms of what you say, you move me a lot. The last time you moved me emotionally, times you moved me.
Hold on, Jagun. We're having difficulties hearing you. I don't want us to miss important things you're saying. Are you using a speaker or you're speaking directly to the phone?
No, I'm speaking directly to the phone.
I'm the only one that is having difficulties. Everybody, can you guys hear him?
His voice is breaking.
Yeah. So I don't know, but go ahead. Let's see if he will get.
I do apologize for that. I think it's my phone.
Okay.
I guess so.
I'm hoping you can hear me. I've got so much to say that personally I'm going to have to take your details. We have to speak. To be honest, and I won't be wasting your time. I will be telling you my frustration is high, just like the last speaker. To speak to his family, his friends, here where I am also. And we get very little from the Nigerian community. They don't care enough, or they're completely fed up. It's that kind of level of extremity that we are dealing with, where the Nigerian position is concerned. I hope you're still hearing me.
Yeah.
I would like to put you, and obviously we can't do it. There are only 3 more people to go, so I'm hoping that we do have some length of time to go through things. Do I have a question? I could really rant in front of you because I know you would understand everything I have to say. But what I see where Nigeria is now.
Jagan, hold on. I know what you want to say is important, so I want us to hear it very well. So do you mind logging off and coming back in? I will let you ask the question. So it may be better, but now it's not very good. We're having very difficulties.
With you, I'll do as you say. Thank you, and I'll soon be back.
Please. Yeah, thank you. All right, Femi. Oh, hold on. Let's go to V again, so that there won't be fights.
No, let him go. Let Femi go. I'm not in there.
All right, Femi, go ahead.
Me and Doctor get competition, so.
Femi, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, Doctor. I'm totally overwhelmed as usual. I've not had time to reach out to you like I promised in my private time. Now, I was in Nigeria in January, just for 2 weeks. And I know Lagos is not necessarily Nigeria, but in a way, it's a microcosm of sorts, if you will. Mm-hmm. And I spent most of the time observing, amongst other things, even though I went for very important things. And my question, though, is I've always, for some reason, I battle with this idea that I understand we're not alone in the world. And no matter how one tries to dice it, I find it very difficult to believe that just because we discuss here about how we want to try and move Nigeria together, and even Africa, look at it as Africa generally, not even Nigeria now. I find it difficult, as you've also alluded to, that there are no continuous sabotage by the Western powers. And this is just my opinion. And, I stopped coming here for a while because there are people that think that they're the only ones that have sense. They don't want to listen to alternative ideas. I am your disciple. If you are Jesus Christ, I'll follow you. I'll be your number one disciple. Now, this couple of people here, Max Blumenthal, Aaron Mate, Professor Jeffrey Sachs, Michael Wolff, Professor Richard Wolff, Scott Ritter, John Benshama, the professor, Colonel Lawrence Wilkinson, Roland Martins, Jack Budd, the Swiss guy, former intelligence officer that's been held in Belgium. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Ray McGovern, the political activist who was also a former intel officer.
CIA officer.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. John Kirikau,
former CIA.
also former Pepe Escobar, the Brazilian guy that lives all over that side, like basically an what's it called? Anyway,
Russia,
Douglas
mm-hmm.
Glenn Duzzo, Phil Giraldi. My simple question, because I'm sure you know why I reeled out these names. My simple question is this: do you think people in the world generally, and now Nigerians and Africans, actually know exactly what's going on in the world? Because it seems as if, and again, I do not know nothing, I do not claim to know anything, but just listening to these guys, most of whom are Jews of Jewish origin, or a lot of whom are of Jewish origin, some are, mostly white, let me put it that way. Is it that I don't have sense, or is it just me that just sits down and wonders the intricacies of a lot of things that don't make sense? And can you help us make it make sense? In fact, can you come here every month?
Thank you for the compliments. I do appreciate it. But if I come here every month, it will be so very much monotonous. I don't have all the answers. I tell you one thing. Nigeria has one of the most brilliant population I have ever encountered. I have traveled this world quite right. And I tell you, Nigeria, we have potentials. But the majority of our problem is that we don't have places to stand because our home front has been so very messed up that the Nigerians that are intelligent they have exhausted themselves. And sometimes when you talk about Nigeria renewal, they ask you, hey, come on, we have seen it all. Not only Nigerians, the ordinary American on the streets of the United States doesn't even know what is being done in his name. Okay, so Noam Chomsky is now in the Epstein files, but Noam Chomsky is one of the greatest analysts of American power and foreign policy. I started out reading Chomsky. I have everything Chomsky has ever written, and I have read them. If I could move my camera now, you will see my home office. It's not about the books. Majority of what I have read are about empire, studying empires of history, because they have moved the march of history. So if you start from ancient Rome and then to today, you will see empires have almost the same structure. Okay, so empires are constructed on brute force and built up with a lot of treachery. Okay, and America is no different. So you mentioned all those guys. Mark Blumenthal is one of the greatest courageous journalists I know today. If you're not reading The Gray Zone, you are not getting accurate information. Or if you're not reading, what is it called? The Aaron Mate and Blumenthal are on The Gray Zone. All of these other guys, there's this Drop Site, Scahill. These guys are actually bringing out what is happening. But first of all, before these guys, if you have been reading the books written by American intellectuals, okay, somebody like Michael Bloom, who has been a great analyst of empire, or if you have been reading somebody like Parenti that died recently, Michael Parenti, who was a very critic. If you want to know how an empire functions, go to its critics and see the accusations that the critics throw at the empire, and then try to see what the responses of the empire has been. That exposes what the structures of power. Power is a very violent institution. So many people don't even know what is being done in their names across the West, not only in Nigeria. So many Nigerians don't even know how the Nigerian government functions or who is making money. Okay, how many Nigerians know that the Lebanese guy holds most of the contracts that the federal government dishes out in Nigeria today? And this guy has been there since the days of Abacha. And this guy has continued to recycle himself into the good graces of the present government, every other government in Nigeria. So a lot of people, common people, don't know, because it's not because that they don't care. They are preoccupied with the daily bread. If you say that Nigerians in the UK, many of them don't care, it's the same. Okay? You living in Europe is a rat race. You stand up, you go to work, you come home, you are tired. The few times you have to actually recreate yourself, if you dedicate it to Nigerian affairs, you'll be so very frustrated because those you are talking to don't even want to listen to you. They are tired from their daily drudgery. And that's what exile does to people. It does it to all of us. So many of us are privileged to carve out a little space for ourselves where we can think. It's a privilege. Okay, so, and that's why I stopped judging Nigerians harshly when they don't listen to me. It's difficult to be in exile. It's difficult to be on the Nigerian front without knowledge. Okay, so it's not an easy thing. That's why we have to have more patience. Development takes time. Convincing people takes time. Otherwise, we'll become tyrants. Anybody that wants it today will end up like Sunday Igboho or Nnamdi Kanu, who wants to use power of the barrels of a gun to attain his goals now. You can dialogue with people. Okay? Development is not only through the barrel of a gun, it's power that comes from the barrel of a gun. But development, you have to dialogue because people are complex machines. You have ideas, others have their ideas, but we need a lot of information. Nigerians should start listening to what is happening in the world, reading wide. Okay, not only what they tell you in your churches, because I have come to see that the people who have taken the epistemological authority in Nigeria have been pastors. And what are these pastors teaching? Bullshit. Across board, what they are teaching Nigerians is nonsense, raised to the power two. They are teaching Nigerians cargo cult mentality. You wait for Godot to come and solve your problems for you. Sophocles said it. God will never help those who will never act. You can pray all you want. St. Augustine said it. Laborare est orare. To work is to pray. If you sit your ass in the church and pray forever, nothing's going to happen. You have to work. That's what prayer is. Working. But we prefer to pray for miracles. The Chinese are creating miracles. We are praying for miracles. You went to Lagos. Churches line up every street corner. In China, there are factories. You see the difference? This is a society that progresses. The Chinese are building factories, even from their houses. Nigerians are building churches. and disturbing their other neighbor. Nigerians don't even have time to think because the loudspeakers of the churches are blaring in your ears every other minute. We are very noisy people. And I wonder how development could take place in the midst of so much noise. We have to be patient and work for it. Okay.
Thank you, Doctor. I forgot Mohammed Maradi as well, Professor Maradi, but thank you.
Maradi, the Iranian, he's a very great
guy.
The
Iranian guy too, yeah.
These are great guys that we should, a lot of people don't know. Like, have you read Provoked by Scott Houghton? If you want to know anything about the Ukrainian conflict, that's a go-to book. And then I would like people to follow declassified.uk. That shows you the treacheries. You can just type in Nigeria and see what these guys are doing. The British intelligence are doing in Nigeria. Declassified.uk. So, they write it in their own papers. In the Epstein files, Nigeria was sold technology that Epstein and Ehud Barak were able to pry away from the Israeli government. So Nigerians should know what is happening in their names. A lot of people don't know because we don't care and we don't read. So these are, somebody said that if to hide anything from an African, you should hide it in a book. I don't believe that. We see all these things, but who will listen to us when you're talking about it? They will call you a conspiracy theorist until you provide evidence. If I told people everything that is happening in Iran was designed in 2009, they were asking me for evidence. I searched for my papers I printed when I read that thing first time in 2009. And I brought it out. So these are issues.
Sorry to interject. They've called me, I'm one of those they've called conspiracy theories here. And I'm like, it's okay. I wear it with a badge of honor.
Anyway, they can't call me that because I have a doctoral title with a summa cum laude to that effect. So,
all right. Thank you, everybody. Let's go to Jagon. Jagon, your question or comment. I have some questions on the comment section, and some came to my phone, so I will share them. Go ahead, Jagon.
Thank you again. I hope I'm sounding a lot better.
A little bit.
Yeah.
I do apologize. My battery is running down. I'm charging at the same time, so that may be causing some effect. But I'd like to start again in thanking Dr. Ogbunwezeh for being with us again today. I find you extremely fascinating and on point, and with a deep understanding of what's really happening. We are on this platform very intellectualizing, and whilst I like the idea of intellectualism, but I don't think I want to see myself as an intellectual, because sometimes I think are we intellectual just to talk rubbish? Because a lot of the time I come to this very platform, and we're just talking for the sake of, we're not really making any sense what we talk. In fact, we argue without nous. The amount of times sometimes I just listen and watch, and our conversation goes nowhere. It goes nowhere, and it means nothing to anybody, and it frustrates the hell out of me. I actually want to take the time to report our great Dr. Rudolph, based on, if you don't mind me, Dr. Rudolph, don't mind me, based on what you said about one man. I wasn't even going to say that. Yeah, I had it in mind to say it, but I'm going to say it. Because what you underlined about our idiocy in the tribalism that we perform all the time, most especially between Igbo and Yoruba, I really believe between Igbo and Yoruba, there should be an idiotic quarrel, but there is, and it always comes up. So this our very man, one man, I have to report, he blasted somebody who was on here. He may have been rude or whatever, but he called a guy that Igbo person. Instead, I'm a Yoruba man myself, and just like you, I can't stand it. I have my thing to say about anyone. I don't care who you are. I'll say what I need to say to you. I don't care who you are. The guy called the guy an Igbo, and then it was unfortunately presented as a speech on the platform. I was quite incensed. I didn't like that at all, because I was thinking, you cannot allow somebody who has his own show to come on this show and start insulting people at a racial level. You can't. But he did. And I know that, you see, this is what I don't like about Nigerians. And I'm harsh with them, because I believe that we really don't have backbones. We don't present ourselves like we have backbone. We fall into this politeness. I'm a polite person. But if I'm getting rudeness, you're gonna get it back. You're going to get it back in droves. If I got the energy, because since I've been on the show, I do realize that my age is catching up to me, so I have to calm down. But I've said that. Now I just want to finish on this level. There are things that I think about where Nigeria and Africa is concerned. My deepest belief and my deepest thoughts are that by now, to be honest, no matter the troubles that Africa has had, West Africa, Nigeria particularly, has had, by now, the West African region, including all the Francophone countries in that region, Central and West, should be under one auspices. And that auspices should be led by Nigeria. But because of the craziness of Nigeria, AES, who have done a great job so far of leaving the stupidity of ECOWAS that does nothing. Sorry, when I get like this, I'm about to swear, and I won't swear, but just be cautioned, as it were. Nigeria should be ahead in leading the West African campaign for the world and have that economic region itself. As an entrepreneur, I know how to do this. For all the presidents that we've had since Obasanjo, I can do, me personally, who is a lowly individual, I do a better job than all of them. And I'm not superior in any at all. But I know I could do a better job of running a country that I love to a position that makes sense. Because I'm a worldly person. My belief, and I would like you to see how you take this, is that Nigeria should not go to any polls in 2027. We should not. We should take out we look to our politicians, we look to kind of revolutionary spirits like Shoreway. They've been totally ignored. I've come to the point where I'm fed up to the hilt. I'm fed up. And I believe that Nigerians should not run any idiotic election where they're going to receive the same bullshit come 2027. We need to step back and take our power back and speak to the so-called authorities and let them know that we have to take them out of the way. I know that this is a big order, a tall order, but I do believe that we can do it. I believe that it's the only way we'll ever come together. Otherwise, we are going to be... Today, I was on YouTube, and there was one program. I clicked on it, and it was about the Yorubas who hate Igbos. It was an Igbo-led program. So I listened to it with a high eyebrow, and it was more racist bullshit coming from these people. So I wrote, I don't know why you guys have time to waste. And I left it there. I got a reply back, you Yariba bastard. Why are you getting like, that's what was said. I said, you've got even more time to waste. I didn't want to engage in rubbish. But this is a deep problem. It's deeply set inside us. It's not going anywhere. The whole Biafra situation has planted it in everybody's mind who is from the East that I am suffering more than everybody. And for me, I know if the Yorubas were left on their own, based on their beginnings, would have been a completely different place by now. So the poverty that is with us Yorubas is the same as anywhere else, as you just underlined. But there are those two issues I put to you, sir, and I don't want to confuse us anymore. I put to you, the AES countries, they are doing the right thing. Why is Nigeria not joining them? And we know why, but it's not good enough. The why is not good enough. One. All right. Two, we're not supposed to have elections come 2027. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you, Jagun.
Well, okay, Jagun, I love your passion. Your passion is what moves societies to do better for themselves. If every Nigerian will have your kind of passion, we will do great things together. Anybody who is not fed up with Nigeria is either not a Nigerian or is not being truthful to himself. We are all fed up with the situation. It angers, it insults. You know, You will sit with your peers here in Europe and everywhere else in the world, and then you will be thinking, those guys are not better than my countrymen. But why are things functional here, not in my place? Okay. And then once you start searching for answers, you will first of all start with anger. It's a mourning process. You'll be so angry that any politician that tells you anything, you will feel like, do you have all your senses? So I appreciate your passion. This passion we must rechannel to positive outcomes. We can do it together, like I always say. Nigeria and the Sahelian countries, you have to know, ECOWAS has been actually infiltrated by the French authorities. You should know that when there was this coup in Niger Republic, the Nigerians took to the streets and forced their military to kick out the civilian guy because of his relationship with France and all other parts of it. And Americans had the largest drone base in Africa in Agadez. So they kicked all this out, and then they wanted to come in through the back door. And then their man Friday was Tinubu.
And that's another thing.
Yeah, sorry, I'll figure out what I think is. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so and their man to target the Sahelian states was Tinubu. Nigeria nearly went to war with Niger Republic at the behest of France and the United States. You know, soldiers were already giving their marching orders to Sokoto for the bombing to begin. David Udenyi, the courageous journalist from Nigeria, leaked that military order, and then that saved the day. So we know that ECOWAS has been balkanized by the powers that don't want a united West Africa or united Africa. So the Sahelian states are the ones at the front line of defense against the recolonization of the continent. You have to know that the French government gets 7% of their uranium needs from Niger and from the Sahelian states. Okay. So, and the terrorism that these guys are fighting, they know that they are fighting colonial elements. They are not. They tell you is Islamic fundamental. That's not true. You will see some people in the French Legion travel from here to Africa every other week. They will tell you there were missions to Africa. What are they doing there? They are not helping those governments. So if you're not helping those governments, what are you doing there on missions to Africa? And these are black guys that came from Suriname or whatever, one other French republic, French colony, former French colony, and they are in the French Legion. And every other night, they are somewhere in Africa, and they will come back, and then you will be discussing with us. They will tell you who went on a mission. Nigeria was not even exempt. If you know the number of missions that these militaries fly in and out of northern Nigeria every other day, the locals were even complaining that they were seeing helicopters come and resupply Boko Haram. Where were these helicopters coming from? I don't know. You get the point. So we really need to be, the narratives that have been peddled to us about what is happening in Africa is not all that kosher. It's not all that. The very question, if you want to know what is happening in any country in the world, ask yourself who profits from the fact that Nigeria is not united. And you will know who is engineering our disunity. Our disunity is engineered. It's not the natural, it's not organic. It didn't arise because Yorubas hit Igbos or Hausas hit. No, it's engineered. Somebody finances this. Okay? When I call NGOs janitors of imperialism, I know what I'm talking about. I have worked in one. Once you start asking radical questions about why Africa is poor, then you will be shown the real teeth of the movers and shakers of this world. Okay? So we can save ourselves, and knowledge will go a long way. There are a lot of things I will not say in a public forum, but we know what is happening. Yep. And they know that we know. But because we don't have power to affect much, we can only try to inform our people. So my brother, keep that passion burning. It will save the day in times to come. I salute you.
My second question, sir. 27.
Okay. Well, Okay, it's like I don't want to comment on the comment because uh, I am just only a voice. What do Nigerians want? Uh, we need a reset. Elections is not going to do it. I don't believe that elections is going to save Nigeria. Okay,
A reset.
because we are in the thraldom of a lot of forces coming from within and without. So, but preventing elections will not even save the day as well. Having elections will not save the day. So it's just like a chicken hen, origin story. So, but what
I'm
I
with
would
you.
like to say is, I would like the elections to go forward so that we will keep on making those mistakes. Nigerians will get fed up one day, and then they will take their destiny into their own hands and fight for what is rightly theirs. So, because what Nigerian politicians fail to realize is that people have a breaking point. You are gonna push Nigerians to a breaking point, and they're gonna rebel. It's like if you throw a tennis ball on a wall, what happens? It bounces back. That's what is happening. Our politicians are frustrating
Well,
Nigerians.
in
Frustrating
Nigeria, the
Nigerians.
ball will enter the wall.
All right.
Thank you for that.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Jago. Let's go to
Before you go, please have a look at your text. I sent you a text on this platform, sir.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
All
very
right.
much, Dr. Damages.
Okay. Ovie, you are next.
Yes, in the words of Eric Clark, I only debate my equal, the rest I teach. So I was trying to establish the original doctor and the fake doctor. Uh, I'm not equal to a doctor, but I'm not a fake doctor. So in the committee of blind people, the man with the half eye is a king.
Is a
So
king.
I was trying to establish that then before follow the protocol, but unfortunately, anyway, make I just stop there. I will go with your established order because the rules-based order is in the past, to which Dr. Damage represent. That's why he's setting rules. But clearly, you demonstrated that the America led by Trump is right by saying that you are not here for Q&A, but a conversation. So on that ground, I'll stand. I'm not going to ask a question, but I will present my observation. Then you can correct me if I'm wrong. Of course, the fight continues. The last time we met, it was my background was represented by my adopted political godfather, Monday Paholo, the governor of Edo State, my state, who represented with the illiterate. So shout out to the illiterates out there. And clearly, you represented the intellectuals led by Soludo, to which you accorded me the victory that, yes, we are leading. So on that mandate, I stand. We are on 1-0. So now, my observation within the intellectual class, I mean, collectively now, individually, you are an example. You exemplify that every opportunity you get. But collectively, no, you guys are not example. You guys are a failure in terms of the Nigerian story, to which you will agree with me too. I observed that the elephant in the room in terms of geopolitics and the world that we live in today, in fact, as the human story continues, it's not been talked about enough in our own space in terms of Nigeria, which is, as you rarely recognize, within by the year 2050, we're either going to double our population or even more. So we are not going to have boots on the ground. We are going to have physical robots on ground, drones on our airspace. But not just that, in our classrooms, in our workspaces, in our factory. And that is a fundamental change that is coming. The implication of that is going to be momentum. But the fact that the intellectual class is not even either they pretend as if there's nothing like that is coming. And it's very clear in your conversation with Rudolph. I will highlight that space because you guys did not touch on that at all. So what is going on there? Then at the same time, I agree with you with your solution, which is to go the Chinese way. But the problem I have there is that it's the same problem I have when the intellectuals are talking about the Berlin 1885. We never bother to talk about what led to Berlin 1885 because it's also happening now when the Americans decide to, say the European power should, leave their backyard and all that. Of course, it takes about 60 years before they gathered in Berlin, but that is one of the reasons when they thought that their resources is being strapped within that axis, they have to focus on another place, which is where the African continent question. So we don't talk about that enough because it's also happening today. You alluded to the fact that when they finish with where they are now, they are coming. But in that vein, you also agree that we'll never be free. So that means it's not that they are coming; they are already here. They just want to amplify what the objective is for them. So that's one thing, because that's falling into the Chinese, the success story you talk about Chinese. There's a foundation. And one of the key reasons to that success is what you and your class fall into, the intellectuals. The Chinese people decided to go after the intellectuals, public humiliation, execution. In fact, they take what Kata wants to say about the miseducation of the black Negro. If it controls the man thinking, you don't have to worry about his action. So they understand that they went after intellectuals, they killed them and all that. So will you agree that for us to achieve that success, that is the model you are prescribing, the Nigerian society should go after your kind? Because all the theories that we or you people are proposing is still classical, is still Western, has nothing. And you clearly agree that all the institutions that we have now is pretty much a toilet, be something within the bathrooms of the Western civilization. So again, that is an indictment on you, on you guys' part. So then my top observation here is, again, if we want to go that route, I agree. You also alluded that there is instruments that we execute, kill anybody that dream that route. For me, you close the route of even ever getting to of this the situation that we have today. So where are we?
Well, okay. Your last observation, I didn't quite understand that. If you could,
The public educational elimination of intellectuals among us, because that is one of the success story of the Chinese people too.
No, well, no, I will radically and vehemently push back on that. The Chinese model of today is not based on the execution of intellectuals. It was based on the fact that they have looked at their societies. They looked at the opium war that they had with the West, and then they decided, okay, we're going to look forward. During the agri reform or the agricultural revolution of the Chairman Mao, a lot of things happened. Not only intellectuals were killed, the people who stood on his way were equally eliminated. So, but that we cannot say that that is the basis. The basis of Chinese greed. China tried to practice communism. Okay, the way the Russians had it. But at the point, they realized when Nixon opened up the West in 72 to China, okay, the leaders of China then realized that we can marry the capitalism that these guys are practicing, but we maintain state control. That's the basis of the miracles that we are seeing today. Okay, the guy that murdered intellectuals was Pol Pot, actually, during the Khmer Rouge regime in Cambodia. That was the guy that was totally against every intellectual. And we see what happened to that society. They never progressed beyond being, but where Western companies come and produce shoes. But the Chinese actually incorporated ideas from everywhere. If they were killing intellectuals, well, why did they send their young ones in droves to do top-notch PhDs across American and European universities and come home? These are intellectuals. Getting a PhD is the top level of being an intellectual. So they send them massively in droves across the world. Go, gain knowledge, come back home. If you read Arrow of God by Chinua Achebe, you will see where the Ezolo of Omuaro was advising his son Oduchi. He said, go to the white man, learn their ways if you are to survive, but keep our ways, for our ways are true. That was what the Chinese did. Sent their young ones, brilliant ones, to the white man. Go learn their ways if we are to survive, but keep our ways, for our ways are true. The Chinese kept their ways, the structure, learned Western technology, Western know-how, came back, and from 72 till date, China has been from one leap to the other. If they killed intellectuals in the past, from 72, they sent them out in droves across the world to gather knowledge, not wisdom. The Chinese civilization is a very wise one. It's been there for 5,000 years. It's been around, but they needed the know-how. So when I say we should try the Chinese model, what I'm saying is incorporating from everywhere. And you will realize if you incorporate ideas from everywhere and try to marry them to your local circumstance, keeping your basis, keeping your traditional values, you are going to reap the dividends. I'll give an example with football. Nigeria won Olympics gold in Atlanta in 1992, I guess.
96.
96, thank you. That team, we call them the
Choma
dream.
Joa and
Good.
the Super Eagles.
Good. We call them the dream team. Almost every guy in that team plays in a different Western country. They were Nigerians playing from everywhere. They came from everywhere and built that team. And they shocked the world. And that's what China is doing. China picked up a dream team from across. Chinese people are everywhere selling their food and speaking local languages of the place they are doing their business. In America, they're speaking English. In Germany, they're speaking German. In Spain, they're speaking. So all these people come home and invest at home now. And they have been moving. China is now the factory of the world. So the intellectual, China never actually denigrated intellectualism. Okay? What they denigrated was something that was not functional to their society at that point in time. It was a part of their evolution, quite right. So that's not a shoot at sight order for the intellectuals. So you don't eliminate the intellectual class. If you eliminate that, you don't have thinkers for your society. And the society without thinkers is only artisanal. Theory and practice are the two wings with which a society flies. If you don't have theory, practice has no basis. If you have only practice if you have only theories, you are speaking grammar like I am doing right now. So the two must come together and get married, and then the society will move forward. So that's about the intellectual class. Everybody is needed in this project to move Africa forward. We need the intellectuals, we need the artisans, we need the critics, we need the politicians. But we all have to start rowing our boat in the same direction. Direction is all that is needed, and this is what leadership provides. And that's what the Chinese Communist Party has been able to do. And they did it over time because they have the stability of being in power over time, not across election cycles like we get in the West. So the democracy we got from the West doesn't suit our circumstance. We are a developing people. When we get to where they have gotten to, we may start practicing 4-year election cycle. Okay, so but we can learn from the Chinese model. That's what I'm saying. It's not that we have to copy it, everything hook, line, and sinker, but we have to. China started by copying people. People were calling them Chinese made. China used to be noted for producing inferior products, but what happened? They kept refining. If I tell you something today, if BYD is allowed to sell their cars in America, Detroit will collapse. Okay? If BYD enters the German market, China produces better cars than Tesla. And their range is unlimited at this moment. Their platforms are superlative. Chinese telephones, if Chinese telephones comes into any market, go and look at Huawei XT.
Huawei. Yep.
Look at that telephone. Chinese internet platforms, WeChat, is everything that the West wants. My brother, we need to learn from these guys.
All right. So Franklyne, let me give you updates. I have 4 more people that joined. There's no obligation to get to them, but we have to get to Ife, and we have to get to 2 people that sent their questions to me. So what I will do, I'll read the questions for you to answer, and then you take Ife's question. You then tell me what you want to do. We can take a break, come back. And these are important people. I want them to, but again, I have to respect your time.
Okay, Ife, please give me 5 minutes. I will come back to all of you. Okay.
Okay. So you take a break. Is that what you want?
5 minutes
okay.
break. Yeah.
All right. So we'll take a break, and then we'll come back and get the rest of our conversation with.
You know, answer my robot question.
Well, the populations are good every time. Now, listen, the Americans. I read somebody saying that Roe versus Wade, that they abolish it because abortion is a sin. Yeah, he is talking from the religious perspective, but what the think tanks are saying is that the American population is going down. white population in America. So they want us, they're not producing kids anymore. So they want population to grow. And that's why they want to remove the Hispanics, because they know in 2050, the largest language that will be spoken in America will be Spanish. Okay, so this is the politics behind what they are quoting in religious terms. Robots are coming, but robots are never ever going to replace human beings. The human brain took millions of years to evolve. So robots is artificial intelligence. It's our intelligence that we imparted into robots. They are never ever going to replace human. There are still going to be things that the human beings are going to supersede a robot in. So we need our population. Okay.
All right.
But this is a discussion for another time, because that wasn't the framing for today's topic. If we want to discuss the economies of the 25th of the future, then ask Rudolph to bring me back, and then we will go at it.
Rudolph is an agent of Tinubu. He won't go there. You know why?
So me ala teme, so me piki go teme, ora me ala teme, Ala woloma o, he go in the river o. Ala woloma, he go in the river, he go in the river. So me I like that Okudelio nyekelanio Olisama lugonko ene menenua Okudilio, 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 nyekelanio. Chukuna malugo yo biadio cha. Agaranya chogo kowe bili, agaranya chogo kowe rienio. Owe chuku bezie chuku. Nuche chukwa busigi fegemeo, nuche chukwa busia ifegemelo. Ni fosolo ne asi alibazie. Owe bebe agaranya muliba, owe wuru agaranya bibe solia, mano agaranya wa, owe afiozi ni pakwa. Agaranya chogo kowe bili, agaranya chogo kowe rienyo. Owe chikubezi olisa. Kodili ma, kodili bemo, kodili wakema, kodili manima. Naino kwane we beluge beluo. Kodili ma, kodili bemo, kodili kemo, kodili heyo. Ibedwe me wanem, nikadiezi bohimo.
Nothing work. That's what prayer is. They are factories.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you for joining us. I'm not sure who's listening to something else other than our program, but thank you, everybody, for joining us. We've been having a wonderful evening with Dr. Franklyne Ogbunwezeh. I thank all of you for staying this long. We've gone beyond our 3 hours limit, but it's deserving, being that Franklyne is one of our favorites. So, Ify, you go first, and then I will ask some questions from the comment section, and then we finish up with. I see Jide has Valiant, and where is there's somebody else I saw before. But anyway, let's go. Ify, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Frank, good evening. It's always a pleasure to see you, Stichido Dinkalo, Okendibe, deliver to me, So listening to you guys always give me hope that we can still have this country called Nigeria. But honestly speaking, every time I wake up, I see that hope and that chance is slipping away from me. Anybody who knows me on this platform will always tell you, like somebody said, are we going to be one Nigeria today, or are we going to disintegrate? I've always been a fan of this thing called, or this country called Nigeria is not working for us. That's my own idea. I believe that we are so much divided by tribe, not even by religion, but more or less by tribe. I was talking to one of my friends yesterday, and I said, you know what? No, that was 2 days ago. I said, you know what? I'm going to be moving to Burkina Faso because the young guy there is doing well. And she said, if they catch you at the airport, they're going to seize your passport. We laugh and, move on. Nigeria is so much blessed. We are so much talented. Trust me, the hospital I work here in Atlanta, we have 60% of the doctors and the nurses there are Africans. Majority of them Nigerians. That will shock you, right? But with the way the country is going, Nigeria is the world poverty capital, from what I understood. Our lifespan is about 54%. You can imagine, compared to Burkina Faso, compared to other African countries. I heard when you say that Nigeria is the country of many nations. I know you have answered some of these questions, but there is still something about this country called Nigeria, because when you look at the leaders we have today, I heard when you said that Tinubu did not win the election. And just like most people believe, they're just very few tribal bigots will say that this is the Yoruba against Igbo. But what will you tell a young person or somebody who wants to leave Nigeria? I've always wanted to move back, but I just came back from Nigeria in December. And honestly speaking, the way I saw Nigeria 2 years ago, it has gotten worse now. It's not getting better. It's constantly getting worse. But sometimes when we come here and talk, like I said, I will have hope that, okay, it's going to work. For example, look at the election that just happened yesterday. We can see the charade they conducted and call it election. And looking up to 2027, we see what is going on. Where is the hope for somebody like me that have never benefited anything from that country called Nigeria up until now? I have never enjoyed the electricity. In fact, when I was, I think I was talking to my girlfriend when Papudoka muted me. And we were talking about Nigeria. There is no electricity. There is nothing I can tell you that I am enjoying. The only thing I can tell you that I enjoyed in Nigeria is the education. And even the education, my parents paid for it. I did not get anything out from the Nigerian government. My question is, for somebody like me who is so frustrated about, one, moving to Burkina Faso, number two, living in this country, and number three, moving back to Nigeria. I am so frustrated that whenever I think about going to Nigeria, I've already pictured what I'm going to experience when I go. Do you still believe that there is still hope for that country? Do you believe that it is time we tell ourselves the truth and let everybody go their separate ways? And that's where I've always been. I've always been like, everybody go your separate way, north, east, west, north, south. I personally cannot go to north and find a job. I say it constantly. Let us not deceive ourselves. I cannot go to Lagos now and find a job. Let's honestly, tell ourselves the truth. And it's going to be very difficult for a Yoruba person to go down to east or to go down to north to find a job. So what made you think that we can still be together if we are a country of many nations? Country like Israel is about 20 million people, and we are about almost 300 million. So you can get about maybe 10 countries out of Nigeria. And whenever I talk about this integration, people will be like, oh, how do you want us to divide Nigeria? And my question has always been, are you happy being united now? Because I am not personally.
No, you're muted, Franklyne.
Okay, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't think that Nigeria's problem is Nigeria's unity. It's not. We are united, but we are not united. We are disunited. That's our major problem. If we are united, we'll not be saying this. I have to correct an impression. You said you can't go to Lagos to get a job. I think you can.
In the Lagos Paracel.
Yeah, well, I think you can. No, listen. But that should be the spirit. Enugu, let me tell you guys a story. Charles Okonkwo was a Nigerian footballer. He lives in London. Everybody may know he played for the Nigerian Super Eagles. He played for Enugu Rangers. Anybody who knows Enugu Rangers will know Charles Okonkwo. And if you know any Enugu Rangers player, ask him about this story. One of the greatest supporters that supported Rangers International Football Club of Enugu with his life left Lagos and moved to Enugu because of Rangers was a Yoruba man named Shegu. Anybody who has followed Rangers know this guy goes to every match. He's a one-man supporters club for Enugu Rangers. He started supporting Rangers when Rangers played IICC Shooting Stars of Ibadan in Ibadan. And every other person were booing the Rangers guys. This guy stood out and said, I am supporting these guys. What was done to the Igbos during the Civil War, I am so much against it. So I'm going to support Rangers. And from that point, Shegu became a beacon of what Nigerian unity should be. That guy is my hero. He is dead now. Every Rangers international player knows the story of Shegu. You can ask Charles Okonkwo or ask anybody that has ever played for Rangers. That's the unity that we should be talking about. That you could recognize excellence wherever you come from. Like I said, our problem is not unity. We are never united, and it was engineered. I want all of you to go find the interview that the British BBC journalist conducted with Obafemi Awolowo in Lagos before independence. The question this guy was throwing at Awolowo, you could see where BBC was creating and manufacturing consent for a narrative that they want to peddle. Trying to inject into the interview, what about the rivalry between the Igbos and the Yorubas? Who told you? Who told you that Nigerians cannot live together when you guys live? So you could see colonialism was peddling a narrative that will make sure that Nigeria stays disunited even after independence, so that we will, pine for the colonial masters to come back. Nigeria was not created to survive. Nigeria was never created to be united. So it is our goal to prove our detractors right, that we can be united. Our post-independence leaders never saw it, but now with the benefit of hindsight, with the documents that these guys themselves left, and the atrocities they committed in our land, in Nigeria, if you know the atrocities these guys, the colonial masters committed, I want you guys to go and read about Operation Legacy. Before independence, they took shiploads of documents of their actions in the colony in Nigeria, took them to the Atlantic Ocean and dumped them in there. Why did they do that? Because they never wanted you to see what they did with you and to you. How many foreign doctors were conducting experiments on Africans in the African continent? Dangerous experiments that Africans never knew anything about. And you see them write them down in their notes. So our problem is not disunity. Our problem is that we have played against each other, and we have taken up that play as if to say it's our reality. We need to reject that reality and then build a Nigeria where every Nigerian, where Kayode, Okeke, Okonkwo, Musa, and all whatnot will have a stake. We believe that they have a stake. We can do that. That's why we are educated. Education is to teach us that we should build bridges. If you say we should go our separate ways, okay, Nigeria is dysfunctional, even at that level of that state that you want to go to. Tinubu is not the governor of Enugu State. Enugu State is not Uhuru. He's not the governor of River State or Fubara. So Nigeria, all these problems, you find them in the smallest unit of Nigeria. So even if you go into that tribal cocoon, you will still have the same problems there. Let me tell you, those that are fighting for Biafra, one of my problems with them is that you will get Biafra. Those from Abia and Omoe have already, in this Biafra movement, already started saying that the Wawa people are not going to be a part of it. You will still see that kind of silly tribalistic politics in these cocoons that you guys are trying to create. So that's why I will never, one of the greatest journalists of all times is a Jewish man named I.F. Stone. Anybody who lived in New York would, in the 60s will know this guy. I.F. Stone, he said something, and he was saying that in reference to Israel, but I can apply it to Nigeria. He said, there is a moral imbecility underlying every ethnocentric movement. You see that every movement that is based on ethnicity and tribalism, there is a moral imbecility underlying it. Those guys can kill you for nothing. And they will tell you they're doing it for a higher purpose and for their God and all whatnot. So we should be very, very careful the way we tout breaking up. Now, let me tell you, if we are united, Nigeria will be the pride of the black race. Everybody knows that. Mandela said that Nigeria disgraced Africa because Nigeria was the hope of the black man. And our detractors, who profits from the fact that we are disunited? Ask yourself that question. Because if we are united, we could do great things. Okay? Watch Atlanta 96. Nigerians from south, east, west, north, and north played together and gave us glory. Why can't we play together in the same team and give Africa the glory? So I don't like that kind of thinking. We are thinking in, that's provincialism, epistemological provincialism. It doesn't exist in, we have to think broadly. China, you think, those Chinese, there are people who come from various tribes in China. The United States is a cauldron of ethnicities. Even Europe here, in Germany here, the Bavarians are asking to go their way. But they are still here. They're not perfectly the same people. But they speak a common language. So we should start speaking a common language. Our common language should be, what can we do to make Africa proud that we are Nigerians? You see, wherever Nigerians come out, things start happening in Africa. We are actually influencing the continent with our music, with our lifestyle. I ate ofora in South Africa the last time I visited. So Nigerians are influencing Africans across board. We can be the pride of this continent. We have the potentials for that. Don't let people tell you that we are not united. We can be united if we are not. It takes work, it takes effort. It cannot be offered to us on a platter. We have to work for it. And that's my message to every Nigerian. Anybody that tells me that it's impossible, I don't believe that person, because it's not impossible. My best friend was a Yoruba man. And I see how we disagree on a lot of issues. But that common respect and brotherhood is there. We can find, if I can find it, if Pius Adesami could find it, all of you and every Nigerian can find it. We are much more than people are making us out to be. So I don't want to preach, but it is possible. We can do it.
All right. Thank you, Ife. Thank you, Franklyne. Let me go to Has Valiant. I'm sorry, I forgot that you joined us from Nigeria, and we've been skipping you for a long time. I mean, okay, so go ahead. Thank you.
Well, good evening, everyone, especially Dr. Ogbunwezeh. So I was listening to the program earlier, and I was already tired, but then it just became like I was listening to one of my best professors in school, who was a professor of philosophy and psychology. The way in which you address these matters is quite peculiar, and I appreciate that from you. This is a place where most times when we come as Nigerians, for example, it turns rowdy. We look at each other through the lens of religion, our tribes and region and all that. And most of the times we don't give each other the benefit of the doubt. It's either this one is claiming that the fight is Christianity, or this one is claiming it's Islam, or this one. So this whole distraction, it's just so overwhelming sometimes. And people are talking about revolution and all that, and I just appreciate how you can compartmentalize everything and put them in their proper spaces. And this comes from an appreciation of history and being grounded in the philosophy, and also having a spirit that is full of optimism. I know we are in a period where that negativity and pessimism sells, and it's just like a virus. It can infect people all over and all that. And I would say beyond what all the things that you've been talking about regarding the reality of the world today and how it's changing, in as much as we are facing the crisis we are facing, we also have to look at the opportunities that this crisis is creating. For example, you are talking about Nigeria United. For example, the way I think about it is, we don't only need Nigeria to unite, we also need Africa to unite. Look, everybody is coalescing, whether it's by race, by civilization, but mostly by race. Let's just be truthful to ourselves. What the Munich Conference has shown us, and and all that. So I would argue that Africa should come together and create a common front, economically, militarily, at least at the bare minimum. And I think what will be the equalizer will be the AI, because as we move into the AI, space, Africa can quickly catch up if we do the right thing now. We just have to take the opportunity now. So, not to say too much, I just want to thank you for bringing such calm to such a space like this, where this is not usually the case, unfortunately. But I wish that this space is like this most of the time. And I just want to say that thank you for coming. I have learned quite a lot, and I am one of the people who still believe that I want Nigeria to succeed, but I also have a plan B, if that makes sense. So, because there's so much negativity, and sometimes I feel as if maybe I will reach a point where that will not work, and I'll just have to, go my way. But let me just leave it at that. I think this talk about being offended by everything and then being ashamed of nothing. If as Black people just have some shape and look at the mirror and just love that person that you see in the mirror, start from there. Try to love the other. Don't give back hate. And maybe we can go from there. Thank you, Dr. Ogbunwezeh. Thank you for coming here. I really appreciate you.
Well, thank you, my brother. I appreciate your brilliance as well. The issues are, whenever I see Nigerians hating each other or talking down on each other, I've always asked myself, who profits from it? Who profits from the fact that Nigerians are at each other's throat? Somebody's profiting from it, and it's not Nigerians. So that's why I forgive a lot, because a lot of things Nigerians are not aware of the movers and shakers of their predicament. I just finished a collection of my articles and documents, papers I presented at the conference. Is titled "Africa, Our Africa: Exploring the Factors Sustaining the African Predicament." I to go to the publishers are reading, proofreading it at the moment. Some of my essays touched on this. Who is profiting? Because they need to keep us busy with infinitesimal things. And then, whereas during the Jubilee, I was a part of the Jubilee coalition when we were fighting for debt relief for African economies. And then it was in the course of that one South American Catholic priest, he's a theologian, a liberation theologian. He came with documents, and that was in Rome in 2005 in Rome at the Vatican, where I presented a paper on African poverty and social justice. So after we sat talking, this guy came with documents showing that everything all African countries matched together are getting in foreign aid is not up to 1% of the capital outflow that is getting out of Africa every year. So if they give us 80 million or 80 billion, whatever, what is getting out of Africa is close to 800 billion every year. And it has not stopped. Okay. Take, for example, the war going on in the Congo. Who is supporting Kagame? And Kagame is sending forces into Eastern Congo. And why Eastern Congo? Coltan, tantalum, and other resources is leaving Eastern Congo every other day and being flown out to Europe, China, and America. And they are using this to produce the technology. We're talking about AI today, but this has a basis. African resources, lithium, that they are mining across the continent, are funding and financing the electric car revolution that we are having today. Our resources. But we are very busy. People are busy killing each other in Kivu, in Eastern Congo. There is a genocide in the Congo that has consumed 5 million people. Nobody's talking about that. In Nigeria, who is the person responsible for slaughtering Nigerians across the Middle Belt and across northern Nigeria? For what reason? Why is people think it's Islam or Christianity? That's the greatest naivety I have come to realize. I was that naive as well. I wanted to know, is a war for resource? There is something there that people are being, that is worth the life of Nigerians. And it continues.
When we
Because
tell
religion
Nigerians,
is just the,
they don't agree.
Yeah, so religion is just the cover. Okay. So
all right. Thank you. I hope you. This is a question from the comment section.
I saw
that. Okay. It says,
why am I not creating think tanks? Okay.
Yes.
If he knows, if he knows the Heritage Foundation is being funded by the billionaire class, all these foundations are being funded by the billionaire class in America. It's not that I don't have a billionaire to fund my researchers. I just do my thing. This service I'm offering here, I'm not getting paid for it. I'm speaking for my continent because I have a passion, and I know that Nigeria will be great. All it takes is work, and we have to work for it. So that's my own contribution to. So this is Rudolph Okonkwo has created a think tank, and we are thinking and tanking together here. So this is our own. I think we don't have billionaires. Once somebody starts paying for your research, just know that you are owned. It's no longer being honest.
That's a good point. And also, it's very important. I was talking to someone in Abuja last year, and they were talking about how to convince our billionaires to put money into structures different from just buying houses and throwing parties and all those things, like institutions. It's something
and
that
saying that money in water.
If it's water, then endow chairs at colleges and universities and things like that. So there's a conversation going on along that line. Okay, one more last one before I go to
well, just a point. If I have money, I will create chairs. For example, in somebody like Ebenezer Obey, one of the greatest Yoruba singers. People should learn how this guy made music. Faculty of Music, and Ebenezer Obey chair in music, or Mike Ejara's chair in music in University of Nigeria, or Sawario's, not only music.
Oliver de Coco.
Every other branch of human endeavor. We can do that across board. But our millionaire class are very busy eating pepper soup and drinking beer and then saying money in water. And yeah.
Okay, the last
I don't blame them, it's their money, so they can do whatever they want with it. But I don't want anybody paying for my
research. Some of those
research.
billions come from Heritage Foundation too. That's why.
Cool.
Our billionaires didn't get
some of those billions come from Heritage Foundation, so they can't spend it in that direction.
You're right. You're absolutely right. I agree with you.
All right.
I'm always right. I'm always right.
Ovie. Next time. All right. The last one is from the flagship. He sent the question to me here. He said, this is a question. Nigeria's current security challenges have been a significant impediment to sustainable national development and progress. In your view, what comprehensive and strategic measures should be implemented to effectively address insecurity and create an enabling environment for long-term stability, growth, and national advancement in Nigeria?
Oh, wow, this one will take some time to unpack. Actually, that is an excellent question. That tells you that people are thinking about solutions, and solutions are what we need, actually. When Tinubu was vying for election, he said that he's going to employ 50 million youths in the military and the army. First of all, we have to get to the root of the problem. Who are those people attacking, creating this insecurity in Nigeria? In the Southeast, we know IPOB was hijacked by a lot of thugs, and they're now, killing people and then depopulating some communities. Northern Nigeria, it is so very opaque. The characters operating in that theater and where their finances are coming from. The Nigerian security.
I would say it is not.
Okay. Do they know? Haviland has a point. For me, let him speak.
All right.
Let me just give Dr. Ogbunwezeh some facts, right? So, okay. Just look at it this way. Right now, Ethiopia is getting ready to probably invade Eritrea or Somaliland or Djibouti We don't really know, but we know who is sponsoring Ethiopia to take that action. It is the United Arab Emirates and Israel and the West. On the other side of the divide, we still have the UAE sponsoring a genocide through the RSF and killing Sudanese, and they are still active in Libya, or the original sources of where Boko Haram is getting actually their technicals, all the majority of all the serious high caliber arms that they keep this thing going. That's another thing. The same people. Now, if you go into the DRC, there are a lot of multiplicity of players. The West is doing its thing, China is doing its thing, and the UAE. The UAE has the second gold market after Switzerland in the world. Now, the UAE are behind the Fulani herdsman thing. It's all about gold. There is enormous gold reserves in Nigeria. There is gold, there is bauxite, there is uranium, and there is cobalt. Now, for us in Borno, our course is sharing a border with Niger and having also uranium deposits in very, very high quantity. It's not even what people think. So Boko Haram are just like a placeholders, right? And Fulani herdsmen are also placeholders. If you notice, Netanyahu was the one who talked on the 24th of December, before on the 25th of December, Trump now launched those tomahawks. And his same Netanyahu that is in the Knesset, was it a day before yesterday or something, talking about Biafra in the Knesset and all that. So it's all geopolitical structure. Now, it's just the way you said it. Look at the people who are benefiting, and then you know who you are up against. So we have different players. Now, it was just 2 days ago, some Chinese people, I think, went to a place near Kaduna State and asked the villagers that they want to buy the village from them, that they should all leave. And they want to do drag. And then somebody came from the city and asked them that if you know what is good for you, just give them this place. You don't need it. Just give them and just go and get somewhere and buy, because you end up losing it anyway. Now, this is somebody who is well connected. Now, so it's not so much black and white. I mean, what's the probability that it's just experimental probability? This is just our reality. So we can start from there if we want to tell ourselves the truth. And if we look at it, since the Americans came, things are only gotten worse. More kings are being killed. More people are being killed in the northwest, in the southeast. So things are getting worse. So this is just social engineering and psyops of typical of three-letter agencies. Nothing more, nothing less.
Thank you, my brother. Well, I never wanted to get to this level because I saw all this with my own eyes. I lived them. That's why I said there are a lot of things I wasn't going to say, but I am the person that lives that in the region is now telling you. Because I've told people, this has nothing to do with religion. This is a resource issue. I said, what is it in Nigeria that all these guys want? And he has just said it. It's not only gold. There are so many other minerals that Nigerians don't even know that they have that is causing. They want to clear the people. It's about resources. So, and that's why I said a proverb in Igbo that you join the dead to kill the living, and then you join the living to go for the funeral. That those offering us the solutions are the problem.
All right.
That's all I have to say about this, because I am an exposed person.
Thank you so much, Franklyne. Finally, we got to Jide. Jide, you are the final person, your question or comment, and then Franklyne will give us his final thoughts.
Thank you so much, forefathers. Greetings to everyone on the panel section and everyone.
I've become forefathers, Jide. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Oh, okay. Greetings, Dr. Damages. Oh my God, I can't believe I said forefathers. I'm so sorry. Oh, good. Okay. Greetings to everyone on the panel section and everyone listening. Greetings to you, sir. our guest speaker, our eminent guest speaker, Dr. Ogbunwezeh. Like, greetings to you. First of all, I really want to thank you for coming. I really appreciate your efforts, your time for you to come here and talk to us and educate us. I really appreciate it, and I am heavily grateful for this. I think more Nigerians need to hear a lot of what you've said. And I wish and I hope that we're going to have more of people like you in terms of in our intellectual space in Nigeria. Having said that, I really enjoy everything you've said. Everything was reinforcing for me. It was a reminder for me of where we are as a people, as a nation, and where we've been in the past. If I'm going to just rant a little bit before I ask my question. First of all, a lot of us do not understand, a lot of our people do not understand the influence and the effects of imperialism. Imperialism in Nigeria has been going on for almost half a millennium. From the time of slavery, from the time of colonialism, neo-colonialism, up to where we are today. Our people, they've always used the failure of our people to unite as a pretext to further dominate us. From the time of slavery, they came as traders. They used the middlemen from among ourselves to enslave other people for centuries, that destabilized our economy, that destroyed our people. And they used that pretext as a result to come colonize us, so that, we are coming to stop the slave trade. That same parallel is going on right now. They used their foot soldiers called Boko Haram, Al Qaeda, you name it, Lakurawa and all these people. They use them to come create instability in our country, so that they can establish foothold, enhancing and getting access to our resources, and using that as a pretext to further dominate us. And unfortunately, even though the fact that our people have not learned from it, they are still coming to dominate us using that. Now it's now Christian genocide. It's no longer the slave trade now. Now it's now Christian genocide. And this narrative has been going on and on because a people that do not understand and know their history, I've always said it before, a people that do not understand and know or realize their history, they are destined to either perish or their survival is in doubt. Our people seem to lack history, and it's a very big problem. It's quite unfortunate. Even understanding, like we're talking about Ethiopia. Ethiopia was not colonized, yes, in the real sense of the way we were colonized in Nigeria. However, they were neo-colonized. After the war with Italy, US came and Britain, they have huge influence in Ethiopia under Haile Selassie. After Haile Selassie left power, the communist regime that came to power, as a result of that, CIA destabilized Ethiopia for years. They used Tigray and all the other groups to create instability in Ethiopia. That's why today Ethiopia is still struggling, and that's why they're using Ethiopia today as a pawn to attack those groups, to further create instability. It has been going on for years. US and Britain and all these other institutions, they've had their pawns on Ethiopia. Now, my question, because of time, I want to ask this question. For Nigeria to liberate itself from Western imperialism, I think it's going to come at a cost, like we are seeing in Iran, like we are seeing in Cuba, like we've seen with China, like we've seen with Vietnam, like we've seen with Nicaragua. Like, it will come at a price. However, it doesn't seem like our people even understand or know our history, to know where our source of our problem is coming from, to be able to sacrifice themselves for that cost. So my question to you, sir, I know you've said a lot of the things that, like I said, have been a reminder, but my question is, how can we emphasize on educating our people that we need to face that cost rather than integrating into whiteness for our liberation? Thank you.
My brother, better intellects that may have done great jobs on this. Chinwizu, I always refer to his book, The West and the Rest of Us. It should be a starting point for everybody who is interested in liberating the Nigerian mind. Our minds have been colonized. We suffer from what is called conceptual colonialism. A lot of Nigerians don't even know that. Why do I speak better English and speak better German than many of my peers? And for a lot of people, it's a thing of a pride. It's not pride. It's trauma. Okay? The Germans don't speak Igbo at all. They murder my name. They can't pronounce Ogbunwezeh, but I can pronounce their names real good. Likewise, every other African. We learn their languages. Okay? It was a traumatic experience. A lot of people don't even know that. We see it as a, no. Once you realize that. So how do we? Our education is even, our educational curriculum is still colonial. I said it here at the beginning. Just not even up to a year ago, the Nigeria's Minister of Education stood up and said that vernacular in teaching should be withdrawn, that they are now going back to English. And why did he make that decision? That decision was influenced from Whitehall. We know that. A Minister of Education. And you have to know, just check this out. No country that is developed has a foreign language as its language of instruction. None. In Germany, if you don't learn German, sorry for you. China, Chinese. In Russia, Russian. In the United States, English. In Britain, is English. No country has a foreign language as its language of instruction and developed. But we were forced, Africans were forced to abjure our names. They baptized us. I'm answering Franklyne. What does that even mean? That's the name of a white dog. And it was given to me. That was why Chinua Achebe actually abjured his name and said, I'm no longer Albert Achebe, I am Chinua Lomuago Achebe. Call me that name. And if you see many of my names now, I just put Onyemechi Ogbunwezeh. If you can't pronounce it, it's your problem, not mine. That's those little victories will always keep before your eyes that you have a mission. The mission is, if not the liberation of your people, at least to be a star that points the way, that what you have is not the ultimate life that you should be living, that it is a traumatic experience. Okay, so that's what it is. We should start with our education. Okay, that's where every radical change takes place. If we educate the future, the children of today, if we educate them on our history, the history that we have to tell our stories ourselves. If you let somebody else tell your story, history is a weapon, and they have been using it. How old were you when you realized that most of the things that you were told about yourself were lies?
Full-grown adults. When I was the first time I got exposed to
that is the
politics
point.
was
And many of us that
when I was over
have not been able to teach our children a better version of our history. Okay? Slaves were brought to America. No. We were not slaves. We were stolen people and enslaved. We didn't come. We were stolen and enslaved. And watch the words. Everybody here should pick up the book Manufacturing Consent that was written by Chomsky and Edward Herman, and read and see how words are used and the meanings that they give to them in the narratives that they manufacture to make sure that you remain inferior and they remain superior. Bob Marley said it, until the philosophy that says that some men are inferior and some others are superior is permanently and totally dismantled, there will always be war. So they would never want us to come to that level. Our problem is not the white people. Our problem is white supremacy. Okay, this idea that some people that we escorted them into life and that we are here to be used and our resources are to be used for their own best interest. And that's what colonialism and colonial imperialism is all about. So we have to start with our education. Everything starts there. And I have to end on this note. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so
much.
Dr. Franklyne, for being here again and delivering. We appreciate you, and hopefully I try to give you space. They want you here every week, but hopefully when next we'll call you answer us. Thank you again for being here. I appreciate that, and thank you everybody.
It's been my pleasure. Thank you, guys. I do appreciate the exchange. It's been enriching for me as well.
Sir Rudolph, let me
I see a lot of brilliant young Africans here. Hasaviland, thanks for your contribution. Yakubu, my brother, I do appreciate Jide. all the guys, Chim and all the rest of guys, if you're my sister, please don't be angry with me if I sounded a little bit, it's just that I want us to succeed. Africa must succeed. Okay?
I'm angry with your class. I'm angry with your class, not you. You guys have failed us. That's it.
All right. Thank you, Franklyne. And then
thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, everybody. All right. Thank you, everybody, for staying here. I appreciate all of you. And let me see. There are people who have been they've been trapped at the back end. Let me bring them in. They've been there for a long time. I'm sorry, everybody. It was hard to manage some of the. All right. So thank you for being here, and we stayed longer than we normally do because of the nature of the conversation we were having. We will just thank people for being here, and then KJ will host an after show. But there's somebody that I saw. I don't think they got a chance to say something, which is the voice. Wale, welcome. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Good evening, or good evening from here, my brother. It's been a while that you've seen me.
Yeah. How are you doing?
I'm just recovering from a long time sickness, but I'm getting better.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
I caught the German flu.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wish I was on when my brother was here. So next time when he's around, I promise I'll be more often around because I went underground for a reason. Also because of what the discussions that I had with you the last time we had the conversation. Because my own direction goes not the mainstream Nigeria. I go into the areas where my brother talks about Nigerians need to know who our ancestors were. Until we know that one, we will be wandering in the dark. We'll be wondering, we will never want to fight for this country. And I have the joy to say that we have it on our hands, my brother. It's just how to disseminate it, to get it amongst our people, and it has to move fast. So today I will stay as long as I can so that we can reconnect again, because your email that you gave me, I lost it on my old computer. It went with the whole memory.
I'll send you a private message now, and
okay. I'll just like to quickly drop something to the spirit of our people. It's a very, very long story. All of us have the internet, and I've heard conversations from all ends, and I know that many of us are. It's not like we are ignorant of our ancestral histories, but a lot has happened. And I will summarize myself. What happened on African soil from the 1400s to the 1900s before independence, it is very important that our people know. And this history has been wiped, has been erased. A lot is being kept here in this country that you know I'm talking about. And what we found were the Latin record, the last accurate Latin record of who the peoples of Nigeria were. And it will destroy a lot of narratives out there. In fact, I can say this 100%, without ancient Nigeria, there will be no Bible, there will be no Quran. It is that deep. And it's only if our people will just research on the internet and find out, look for the oldest map of Africa. We are all intelligent people. Look at these maps and study these maps. And I have decided to, that's what I've been doing now the last 2 years, compressing these histories together. It is very, very deep. The Greeks were in Nigeria, the Romans were in Nigeria, and it was not Nigeria. The whole of Africa was still black till the 1700s. Till the 1700s, it was still black. And we can show you the map of how Africa was eaten from the northern part of Africa to the southern part of Africa, but they were not able to penetrate us because our people still kill. That's the reason why you have fortresses, castles, and what do you call this thing? Walls, great walls. It was because of the invasions that were coming from the Romans, the Germans, the Dutch. And at that time, they were not even a nation. And so what is under the Vatican that most of our people know about, it belongs to us. It was taken from us. In fact, the so-called Solomon Temple that they claimed they taught us in Bible school that was destroyed 70 AD for those who are Christians, was first destroyed in Benin. That was the city of David. And if our people should go on the internet and look for Nogbaisi Ovorave I'm not sure I pronounced the name well, Ovie, please forgive me, Obatokwe. Look at the cap of this man's cap.
You
On
tried.
on both ends, you see the Star of David, the so-called Star of David. And it was in the same 1897 that Benin was finally destroyed. It took them 14 years to plan in this country before they invaded Benin, because Benin was just not a city that what they destroyed in Benin. By the time we use AI to reconstruct everything, Nigerians will cry. Nigerians will cry. And I would take the last 1 minute to just quickly say this. If you went to what is called Northern Nigeria today, they were speaking Igbo, they were speaking Yoruba. That tradition was still kept even in the 1930s, 40s, 50s, 60s. In my family, we have Brigadier Mobolaji Johnson. All of them could speak Hausa Igbo. We knew people like Brigadier Onwachukwu. My parents grew up with him at Ibute Meta. He could speak Yoruba better than any of us. The whole family of the Onwachukwu. In fact, my oldest brother, who is in blessed memory now, his first name was Ikechukwu. He came from Mama Onwachukwu. Exactly what my brother said. What we are going through in Nigeria is designed. In fact, Nigeria is the spiritual capital of the whole of Africa, and I will explain why. If you go to Igbo oral history, it's saying the same thing, that if you go from Onitsha side to Ile-Ife, they still have that migration there. Ile-Ife, that is where life started, bro. And why am I saying this? Because we found it in their Latin script. It's all in the Vatican Apostolic Archive library, which we're able to get out of the digital library. I'm sorry my voice is shaking because I have the window to get wind from outside. But where I'm trying to get to now is, the last name Nigeria bore, you will see it on the map, on the German map of the 1500s. It was called Ethiopia. Now, why is this very, very important? I researched to the Greeks, what the Greeks wrote, because the oldest account we could find was what the Greeks wrote about Africa. And they described the geographical description of where the whole temples and everything were all built. In fact, as at 1600s, beginning of 1600s, before Napoleon even entered into Egypt, the whole of Nigeria was a blooming civilization. It was not like there were mud huts. The mud huts came after the destruction. Although these are the histories that people really need to know why we were attacked. If you go to the Greek account, Herodotus wrote about us, Lucian wrote about us, Dionysius, he wrote about us. The whole Abrahamic story was coined out of the Nigerian story. And in fact, if you go to the German museums, they have over 6,000 museums in Germany here. In their basement, I hope they will not come and carry me tonight, though. In their basement, it's all filled with Nigerian histories. My mom was in Berlin, and she was at one of the basements of the Humboldt University, where our sister Amanda Adichie had her one of her, what would I call it now? She had a kind of a seminar in Germany where she was speaking to people about African history. I'm sure you know this woman I'm talking about. My parents were in that basement, and they saw things that my mom said every Nigerian who sees it will know immediately what was going on. And they were part of the loot that they took out of Nigeria, because they did not only destroy us, they cleaned the whole nation to the bottom. Now, lastly, Brother Rudolph, lastly, you see, what has been discovered in Egypt is child's play to what is in Nigeria. And I'm going to let this out now.
Yeah, the voice. Thank
Yes,
you so much. I sent you my number, my email.
Okay.
Let's move
Let's
this
have this
conversation to
conversation.
another day, because this has been,
I know. I'm sorry, my brother. So I went into the spirit.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, we'll get you here and probably give you a whole show and hear from you. And KJ is willing to host. All right. Thank you so much, KJ. We have an after show where all this we can do a recap of what happened today, and a lot happened. And let me thank those that supported us, those that watched at home. Thank you so much. Those made comments, I read most of them. Thank you. We look into the issue some of you raised about your comments. Let me thank Chris. Thank you so much for your support. I'm not even sure we highlighted this. Oscar Blackstone, thank you so much. Kulata, thank you. Real K, thank you so much for your support. Igbo Basics, thank you. Dr. Gomez, thank you so much. And Anthony, Donna Anthony, Dion Anthony, thank you so much. Dato, thank you. TD Davidson, thank you. All right. Next Sunday, we are going to welcome Ogaga Ifowodo on the show. He's a poet, a lawyer, and a professor. He will join us from Nigeria to talk about the state of things in Nigeria. Also, Javier Say will be on next Saturday, as usual, and we will deal with issues of that week. Okay, on behalf of everybody that helped with the production, my executive producer, thank you for your work, and those that work behind the scene, I appreciate all of you. KJ, thank you so much for being here. Femi, thank you so much. Ifi, thank you so much. Tony, thank you. Stinking Old Night, 1966, 1976. Oh, yeah. Reduce the quantity. Thank you so much for being here. Jim, thank you so much for being here. Jagan, thank you so much for being here. Victory, thank you. Let me just also mention that Tony has been supporting us. Let me also mention that Tony has been supporting us. He was one of the people that helped to push for us to be able to renew our subscription to StreamYard. Tony, thank you so much. I appreciate all your help. Jefferson, you came in late, but thank you for being here. KJ will host the after show, so anybody can go over there and continue the conversation. Jagum, did I mention you? Thank you so much for making our time to join today. I appreciate that. Victory, thank you. I know you are not here anymore, but Victory has been also very important in behind the scene, helping us in doing so many things. So I appreciate that. All right, I will see everybody next. This week on Saturday.
Femi.
Oh, I didn't mention Femi. No, I did. Femi, did I skip you?
Yeah, you did. You did mention.
Okay. He is looking for trouble always. All right. Thank you, everybody. I will see you guys on Saturday.
All right.
Over to you.
We're starting immediately.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Lọ́nà èèyàn.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen,
from Eurocopo Studios in New York City, welcome to Wetin Concern Me, your favorite news and current affairs quiz show. I am your host, Dr. Jackery Damages.
vote for me. All those politicians where they can't talk story, I'm not there. I want to talk and